twasema asante, ewe Mungu wangu. Almighty and ever-living God, we thank you so much for this morning, for your lovingness and for your kindness. We thank you, Lord, for who you are in our lives. Father, we have seen the goodness of the Lord in this land of the living. Since we woke up in the morning, since you brought us here to the United States of America, Father, we have seen nothing but the goodness of the Lord in this land. Father, we thank you so much even for this opportunity that you've given to the OVC team to bring us together and be able to speak your voice. Now, Master and Redeemer, we invite you into this place and ask that now you take over. You take over and do what you do best for your people, O King of Glory. We commit the program to you, O Lord. We commit the leaders unto your mighty hands, O Lord. And we commit all of us, Father, those who are here, those who are not here, may you hasten their steps. Father, those who are called to come and be together with us, we now call upon you, Holy Spirit of God, to prompt each one of them wherever they are, to be here so that we can together take forward and move forward this One Voice Consortium. Now, our Father, we release ourselves to you, therefore, and ask that the presence of the Holy Spirit reign in us and be with us. Father, we know we have experienced showers of we want the showers of blessing, because all we are receiving is massive drops around us are falling. And now we ask that you shower us with the showers of blessing. So we thank you and we honor you. This is our humble prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all of us say, Amen. Amen. My name is Reverend Lucy Jiro Gasheru. God bless you.
Wonderful. She's so inspirational. She touches people's hearts in so many ways, and I think it's very good. Kind of open prayer. God is always key. Because you wake up every day, and some people you wake up today, and you are here today, that's connected today. So those are all the blessings and the plans of God. So we are very thankful. So next, and that was Reverend Lucy Gasheru from Soul Merchants, and we will hear more from Soul Merchants as the program continues. So now let's go to the national anthem.
Pamoja
Thank you. We have to appreciate our Kenyan others in Africa. We are very blessed. When you come from, sometimes you want to come from the Ghana's weather outside of all the thing where we are. And also at the same time, we appreciate the opportunities to understand service given us and so many people. And that's for the reason we are here. So that's why we are. So, my name is Dr. Jacob Ongaki, and I'm the managing chair for One Voice Consortium for 2024, and then the same thing when we did last year in Washington, D.C. We were blessed to be here in Dallas, Texas. Before actually I bring the chair to the president of One Voice Consortium to say a couple of remarks, I wanted to take a couple minutes just to acknowledge the sponsors who have made it possible for us to even put the pay for this event. We have the lead sponsor, which is from Soul Merchants. You can just shake your hand. So thank you for your support. And they were there last year, and they also supporting us this year. So we're very thankful, and we'll be hearing what they have in the coming hours and also tomorrow to the ground as well. Next, we have the World Bank has pledged to also support us, and we are very thankful. They were there last year, and they are here again this year. It's only that we will be having a message that they send us to us later this afternoon. Second, we wanted to acknowledge our Optiven returning loyal sponsors. Mr. Washiori, you can just shake your hand there so that people can be able to see you. Thank you so much. He was traveling. He had to change his arrangement just because he believes in One Voice and what we've been doing. So we're very thankful, and we'll be hearing more with your team what you have to offer. And last but we also have Safaricom. There we go. This is our first to come to One Voice Consortium, and we are very thankful to you responded to the call, and we want to continue to develop that partnership in many years to come. And I think Safaricom is very well known, so that I should not use that. But this is Safaricom investment, so I just wanted to make sure that that is very clear, and they will be talking about what they have. So one thing I wanted to, of course, we have some vendors which I will be talking more. So one thing I wanted to mention our sponsors. I just tell you from experience, it's not the number that you see, it's the connection that you build going forward. And Soul Merchants can give you a good example of that. They are the big same people we came last year. They didn't even get one person, except one person from the event to be held with us in DC. So, but what developed after that, the muscle in a way that has really made many people to think about business and how you go about business. So that's what we want to be able to continue to build, is even those who are here, but there's so many people who are actually watching on live TV on the Roku channel. So we hope to support you to whatever that we can to network you within, especially here in the United States, to get you to know what event is going on, to let you know what kind of people that are also looking at certain types of products. So we will be able to be with you, and you know that every time many people call me, I always answer my phone unless I'm sleeping, and that's what I have at all. So I can just be able to get that. So very thank you. So welcome back. Welcome to the One Voice Consortium. So we will be having the panels today. There will also be lunch, and then of course tomorrow we will have some panels, and then of course we will have remarks from our sponsors, and then don't forget that we have the gala night evening staff 6 o'clock tomorrow. We have some entertainment. We have some staff who has plans to do entertainment for us as well for tomorrow night. But before that, we want to be able to get the message, what we actually need to know, especially from the panelists that will be here. Dr. Kari will be moderating the coordinator for the panels, and then just if anybody has any questions, so on that, I just wanted to first, before I leave here, and welcome the president. Planning the expo, it takes quite a lot of time, and it's One Voice Consortium is a non-profit, and that's why we depend on the sponsors and vendors and the ticket, and for those people who have also done so. So on that, it takes a lot of time. So many of the planning committee, I wanted to acknowledge them. Just applaud please for the planning committee for the work that they have been doing. So and in that, I also wanted to thank my family because of the many hours that I had from them in order to arrange things, and it's just because of that understanding. Because anyone, even your kids in the family, if they say they're not going to do this, they're not going to support, it's not going to work. So even when you being here, you're
work that you do behind the scenes in getting things moving. My name is Robert Churi, and the global chair of One Voice Consortium, and leading this great diaspora non-profit. As perhaps some of you already know, this idea of One Voice Consortium started about and the idea here was just to see how we can all come together as people who are here in the diaspora and kind of solve cross-cutting issues, issues that are very, very important for the diaspora as we continue to leverage our resources here for development back in Africa, back in the mother continent. And through that, we found that a lot of times that we are putting this, the people are having various challenges, various solutions, and everybody is working in a kind of a silo. We said, no, let's break the silo, let's come together, let's see how we can be able to solve these issues that are there. And so One Voice Consortium was formed around the idea that people can come together and solve cross-cutting issues that address challenges in way of life, in the welfare of our people, in the development of our people, both here in the diaspora and back in the continent. And with that, then the One Voice was formed. It now has over 80 organizations around the world, around the globe, that are part of this movement. And we've made a lot of key strides in areas of socio-economic development. Our partner affiliates have projects back in Kenya, back in Africa. Those projects might be in education. We have a very great partnership with the University of Nairobi for some of the programs that we are working under Food Security Consortium, another consortium that is just targeted to the food, agriculture and food area. We have also, and this will also be in my report tomorrow, we have even a proximity point city, a great return city in Malindi that we are formulating. Again, this is just part of ideas of giving people an opportunity for where they can be able to invest. We also have programs like a farmers network that continues to develop how we can bring all the farmers together. We also have charities that we help. We have several children homes. One is Nema Children Home in Moiga, and another Joy World's Girls Center in Meru. And the idea of this is that even as we are doing helping our organizations come together, there are those back there in Africa that have certain challenges, and so we have seen a way of trying to help the non-profits, especially people who are vulnerable, children, orphans, girls that have gone through trauma. We try to see how we can deal with that. So again, these are efforts of One Voice Consortium. You can be able to go to our website and see the many things that we're doing. And recently, we've also got our innovation and technology sector going with some young upcoming professionals. We have Kenya USA IT group. These are organizations that come around what we are doing here so that we can be able to impact back home. This conference was planned not knowing that President Ruto has a state visit in US. Actually, the state visit caught us by surprise around the month of March. We had already advanced in our plans, and so we could not be able to cancel or change, because a lot of people that we had invited back in Africa, so they felt that they may be able to come the time that the president he will be here. But we are thankful for those who found it fit, including the Optivents, the Soil Merchants, Safaricom, AMG, and others that have traveled all the way from Africa, from Kenya especially, to come here and be with us, because they believe in what we are putting together here. Because this is it's just like how you see a river. A river starts with a source. With all those, you are all tributaries of this great river. And by the time we reach to the end there at the ocean, look at how that river is big. So you may see yourself as a small room without a lot of people, but you have power at the end. At the end will be that big river that is flowing into the ocean with all the support, with all the resources that are there. So, and also we have our online audience. This forum, for the first time, we are doing an online live streaming of what we are doing here, so that other people out there are already seeing the great and listening and watching whatever that we are doing. So again, kudos, we have our global audience that is listening, and we are happy that this message is going to go wide and far. Not just for those who are here in this room as we continue with the 2 days, but even those out there. So with those few remarks, I want to again thank our organizing committee for having put this together, and I'm sure everybody's message, everybody's involvement is going to be felt as we move on through the panels and through the other interviews. We'll even be
some media interviews that are going to be conducted here to broadcast to other people out there
throughout the world. So we'll be having a lot of activities. So thank you. We'll continue to network. There'll be lunch sessions where we'll be networking. There'll be the exhibitor rooms where we'll be continuing to network. And as I said earlier, we'll be having some media interviews. And also, tomorrow evening, as you all know, we'll have a gala event. We are expecting other people to join us for the celebration, for the entertainment, as we continue to not just learn, but even to get entertained and to have fun and enjoy the session. So thank you all for this moment, and karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm reminded that I need to come to stage to talk after the president. Usually never an easy job to talk after your boss has just left the stage. But again, thank you, Mr. President. Excellent speech, but more importantly, thank you for the leadership. And those ones in attendance today, thank you for coming on. And at this point now, we're going to dive into the serious business of the day. Just a quick highlight for today, we're going to have a number of panels that are going to engage in what we're hoping to be very substantive discussions to the benefit of those ones who are here, and of course those ones who are watching live on the different social media platforms and the TVs that we have. Of course, Jeremiah is here on Gusi Radio Television, and then also Ben also is streaming this live on KDL TV, which is really good for us to have a much larger audience. So we do have a couple panels for today. We're going to have a business panel that will encompass the businesses, those who have come from Kenya, and a few of our people who are in the business industry here to discuss on issues around business. Again, hopefully you got what the president was talking about, what OVC is all about. It's an umbrella organization of different organizations. And so we do have different sectors. So for example, there's that sector that focuses more on business. In other words, trying to bring people who are business-minded here in the diaspora, and also align that with those ones back at home. We also have different sectors, for example, the education sector. So what we do, those ones in academia, last with those ones in academia, and then also to those ones back at home. We also have the youth, who you're going to see later on today, because that is the future of our organization, that's the future of our country, that's the future of our world. We will have them engage here. And then we also have the legal part, that particularly for those of us here in the diaspora, you understand that we live in a country of laws. So our able lawyers, our Kilo Pand and others are going to engage in discussion around legal issues. So we do have different sectors, but for today, we're going to focus more on the business side. Earlier this morning, we're going to talk about food security in agriculture, where our president is the lead on that part. And then later, after our lunch, we're going to have a panel, it won't be a panel discussion at that point in the afternoon. It's going to be more about very able-friendly sponsors who've really been with us throughout the process for years. I think since OVC was started, we'll give them an opportunity to be on the podium so that they can present what their products are. And I think, just so you know, the sponsors, we've already sent the flyers out, so we expect during your time you be on time, because there's so many people who are going to watch you at that particular time. Now, shortly after that, we will have also another panel discussion. Wakili or Antonio Pande is going to lead a discussion around issues of law. So he's going to focus more about immigration, criminal, family, and others. And of course, I think those who watched the webinars a few weeks ago, we had a lot of people watching that, and I think that's an area of interest where we're going to pay close attention. And then later after that, we're going to have the future of the organization, the young people of Viona. I think as of Viona here, and you're going to really be impressed that is the people, the likes of Jeremiah, the likes of Jake, the likes of Robert. We're just transitioning. We're building this for the next generation, and so Viona and the team will be here on podium to discuss on issues affecting the young people. And I think that's an opportunity you're going to see that really within, among us, we have very bright individuals who are going to take this organization forward. So as the panelists for the business get ready, Patrick, as you get ready with your team, soil merchants, if you could please very kindly come on the podium, and if you could make just a very brief remarks, and then we'll also make sure that we interchangeably give the others an opportunity to speak. With that, welcome. How about we give big hand? Karibu. Karibu sana.
very short. And I thank God for my height. So good morning, everybody. It's not yet afternoon. Thank you so much, the president of this OVC movement. And indeed, we are here the second time as soil merchants. We are called soil merchants, Kenya estate or property developers. And we are very happy to grace this occasion as soil merchants. We were here last year. We were in Washington, D.C., and it has made us also travel widely. And so we are so happy to be part of this group of these wonderful people of OVC. Now, soil merchants, estate property developers, we develop high-rise apartments a few minutes from the CBD. We currently have ready apartments, ongoing apartments, and some that we have just broken ground. And you can plug into any that you want, mostly if you have a group, if you have, a forum that you are in, you can invest as a group. You can buy a floor, you can buy 2 floors, you can buy a single unit. It is always an opportunity to invest. Nairobi is growing very fast, as most of you know. And one of the things is that in one of the reports from the World Bank, 2019, it had reported that Kenya requires over 200,000 housing units annually. But hardly do we even do over 50,000. And I think that is why the government saw the gap and the need for them to put up this, housing project that they have. And even though we cannot meet the demand in Kenya. And so what we do here is to bring you this investment and the opportunities in Kenya. Kenya is growing very, very fast. It is as much as we have our own challenges politically, Mother Nature, we also have a growing and a vibrant economy. People believe in Kenya so much, and such that housing is a need. Land is a need. People really want to invest in this. And also because of our heritage and also our culture, whereby you want to own something that gives everybody an opportunity, even those that are here. If you ask people who are here that are residing in this country, they will always tell you that they want to invest at home. They want to have something back at home. So it's something that you want to hold because that's our culture and those are our values. So benefits that you get when you invest with soil merchants, the benefits that you get are, one of the things is that we have a track record. As soil merchants, we are 19 years old since we began this business. Began with land, we began with low-cost housing, which did very well. We have done over 2,000 units of low-cost housing in Kamulu, in Kitengela, in Kiserian, in Thika, in Rongai. We have developed those houses. If you go to Kitengela today and ask people about soil merchants, they will tell you who soil merchants are. And they will tell you these are their estates. So we have a track record. Number 2, we do manage these properties. When we sell you a property, we get you a tenant. We also manage for you. We sort for you all the intrigues of, paying the taxes on you, because we are also agents of, the government. We collect VAT on their behalf. So you will not really need to, have a challenge with us. So we manage for you. And why do we also manage? We retain 40% of the building. We don't sell it all. Whereby, when we retain, we all have ownership, whereby, because of the small intrigues of communities, they don't agree, so we maintain that building ownership so that we can be able to carry on maintaining the face of that product and for it not to be dilapidated, for it to maintain its character. But also, what else? What benefits you? We also offer payment plan. We offer payment plan in terms of 48 months, 20, 36, 24, and 12 months. So you have a way, or you can be paying on monthly basis.
We also, offer, there's no interest in that. We don't charge any interest. So why go to the bank when we can be able to offer? So if you compare, investing in the money market or investing in whatever, you will find that you are in a better place investing in houses. And so that is what we have currently in terms of apartments. And our apartments, what will also benefit is that our locations are very good. People can give you a narrative that you cannot be able to own anything in Nairobi. But the truth of the matter is we have a property that you can say are in CBD. Properties that are in CBD, you can, if like now the rains have caused havoc that we call Mother Nature. You can walk to town because they are barely 5 minutes, others are 3 minutes. And so we really are in the CBD. So our location, number one, is very good. So, and whenever you are buying something, always talk to your mind and tell yourself about location. What is it about the location? So that is what we are offering and bringing to the table for you. And so with those few and many remarks, thank you so much. I can see Patrick coming along. Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Big round of applause for soil merchants, Reverend Lucy Gashero. So she's going to be sitting down here so that we can have the business panels. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing okay? Raise your hand. Let me say hello. Hello. My name is Patrick Nganga. I'm based here in Dallas, Texas. I'm the chairman of the Kenya Business Community. We have a Chamber of Commerce here. So this panel on business is perfect. I think they picked the right guy. Don't you guys believe that? Absolutely. Yes. So we're going to be having a nice discussion with the panelists here about business, general business. And then we can carry on. I think we're hoping to hear some motivation. How many people are in business here? If you're in business, all right. How many people are aspiring to be in business? If you're not in business, you're probably heading there. So, including the young man right there. A big round of applause for the next future business guy. Good stuff. All right. So, again, the first one is Reverend Lucy Gashero. Another round of applause for her as she sits down with soil merchants. And then we'll have Dr. George Washuri with Optiven. Karibu sana, pigeni makofi. Big round of applause for him. And then is Mercy back in? I think Mercy had to go to get a call. She was with Safari, so we'll call her when she comes back in. And then we have Joyce Kimani. She's a relationship manager with AMG Realtors. A round of applause as she comes to the stage. All right, welcome. I know the ladies, you gotta give them some time to make that catwalk. Let's go. All right. I really do want to have Mercy in here. Dr. Tari, please get Mercy with Safaricom. Tell her we're about to start. All right, you're doing okay? Is there another mic for them? Do you have a mic? On the way. Good stuff. All right. As the mic is coming, just to warm them up, this panelist here is they're going to come back again and talk about the specific offerings that they have. That will be the real estate panel this afternoon. But for this very one is mostly to do with business. So we kind of want them to tell us about their general businesses. We want to have a good feeling of how they got started, something that they can use to motivate you to grow your business. A lot of you are in business already. Ways that you can start a business. Maybe there's a venture you've been thinking of starting, so they can give us some pointers on how to do that. If you see someone coming all the way from Kenya to sponsor an event here, do you think they're doing well? Absolutely. Now, if you want to learn how to do business, do you want to learn from someone who's doing well already? Absolutely. So these are the people to lead us in that regard. So we'll wait for Mercy to come. But I think as Mercy is coming in and the microphone or mic is also coming, all right, we'll give it a few minutes. I was going to have them dance, but I think we don't have music yet. So dancing ni ya kesho, si ndio? Or do you? Is it? They can dance even now. They're ready. These people are born ready to roll. So what we are going to do, as we wait for the microphone, we're going to have them. I'm just going to use this one mic. I think it can go all the way to Mercy. So we're just going to move it around to you all. And like the song said, one day at a time. This one we're going to do it one speaker at a time. All right. So what we're going to do as we wait for the mobile mic is just kind of introduce yourself. Tell us the position with your company, and then I'll ask more questions. So this is just an introduction and the position that you have in the company that you present. All right? Are you all ready? Yes. I know the panelists are ready. These folks are born ready. All right? Okay, so let's start with Rev right here.
Thank you, Patrick. You know, in our culture, they say ladies first, but men before.
Thank you for caring for the boy child. Well, good morning. We are happy to be here. Those who are on social media platforms and those who are physically here in Dallas, Texas. My name is George Washiri. I'm a team leader, an entrepreneur, an author, a mentor, and an usher in my church. And I'm happy to be here to exchange ideas, to network, to inspire, to encourage. And we run an organization that its sole purpose is to create employment for our Kenyan people. We have a target of hiring 30,000 people by the year 2030. And I'm happy that Mr. President has a daughter who wants to join Optiven. So nimemwambia apply. Hakuna know who apply. And she is qualified. Anyway, we are happy to be here. And we thank the people of Dallas. We thank the OVC One Voice Consortium. Thank you, Jenga, Patrick. And we are here to enjoy ourselves, to network. We have a whole 2 days. Those who are watching us from their houses, please come. Msiseme niko hapa kwa mtandao, kuja. Watu wa Dallas, where are you? Come quickly. We are here today and tomorrow. You never know the kind of network. Last time we were in the other OVC, you know, I had several merchants. They are in Kenya, but we have never met. We met here in the US, and we did something. The lady knows what we did. Thank you. Now, yeah. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Almasi Njoki Gakonyo. In matters spiritual, I am a church elder at the Presbyterian Church. I'm happy to meet other Christians here. In work-wise, I work for Safaricom Investment Cooperative. We are an investment cooperative registered under the Ministry of Cooperative. We were born from the mother company, Safaricom, when the employees of Safaricom felt that there is need for investment, there is need to look back after many years of working. What can I go home to? What can I say I've been working for? So that is why that desire to have your excess in money put aside for future, put aside for retirement. And with that, they were able to form Safaricom Investment. And with after some few years, the public at large requested that we can open up the common board, and we were able to open up the common board and accept non-Safaricom people or public to join. And with that, we also had part of our members moving to the diaspora. So we increased our membership in the diaspora platform, where we have over 500 in the diaspora. This morning I've met a few. I'm excited. And we have now felt the need to come closer. And by coming closer is to come and tell you, what is it there for you as a diaspora member? What can you be able to invest in? What options and opportunities do we have? We have a variety, and I believe this morning and this afternoon we'll discuss what we have to offer, because you can become a member and grow your wealth. You can purchase our housing units. You can purchase our land unit. We can sell what you have already bought. We can build for you. So those are the various opportunities that we have at Safaricom Investment. And more to that, we are also able to listen to what you want and work out something for your future. I'm happy to be here. It's our first time in OVC, but we look forward to many others.
Greetings. Yeah, my name is Joyce Kemani. I'm a sales team leader at AMG Realtors, and AMG stands for the founder and the executive director of AMG Realtors. He's called Andrew Muthee-Gitau. I know most of you know him, yeah? Yeah, so we have been in the industry for 12 years, and what we do, we normally sell land, prime land, in most of the counties in Kenya. And what the director does, he goes out there and looks for very prime property, yeah, where there is development coming in, like in Malindi. You go, he goes and searches a property which is just next to a development, which is the Malindi Solar Farm. Yeah, that's how now we are able now to subdivide and to sell it out to our customers. Yeah, so we deliver on the promise. We give a 60-day money guarantee on your title deed. That once you come to AMG, that's our key thing. You get your title in 60 days. In the 12 years we have in the business, we have not returned anyone their money that we have not been able to deliver on the 60-day money back guarantee on your title deed. Yeah, so when you're buying land, it's key that you have your title deed. So we make it easier for you that you don't have to wait for 2 years, for 4 years, for you to get your title deed. Yeah, so that's basically what we do, selling prime properties. Yeah, we shall talk more. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Lucy Wanjiru Gasheru, and also a reverend with the Anglican Church of Kenya in Nairobi, All Saints Cathedral. And that is what I do, mostly the ministry work. And so when you're in Nairobi, please come and worship with us. We have 10 services in that church, and it's an awesome church. But besides that, the Lord has also given me, and He has given us this business, soil merchant property developers. We started this business, as I said, about 20 years ago, actually 19 to be very precise. But what makes us happy is that we satisfy and aspire to inspire before we expire. Did you get that? We aspire to inspire before we expire. So basically, what we do, we want to leave a legacy. And we want to leave a legacy that is rich. This is a family-owned business. My husband as the chairman, I as the marketing director, and our children as the managing directors and finance. So it's a family business, well nurtured. It's true, I never knew George Washuri, but I met him during the OVC last year, and dare I say he's one of my good customers. So he has invested with us. And so I think it's also good for us as the business people to inspire one another in that direction. So God bless you so much.
All right, another round of applause for the first round of questions. And it's good to see that they made a connection at OVC. So you see, OVC is powerful, right? Yeah, they came here, they made a connection. They didn't even meet in Nairobi. They met in America. and they started doing business together. So they made the connection through OVC. That's fantastic. And that's the whole point of us coming again today, to make connections. So, be sure by the end of the day you come and say hello to all of them and make connections with them. So as we get into the business that you do, again, this is a business panel, so it's all general. We're not going to be as product specific today. But we kind of want to have a feeling of how you conduct your businesses and the corporate world in Kenya versus coming to do business here. So I'm going to start with Joyce. Joyce, tell me, how are you able to navigate, when you're based in Kenya, coming here to Diaspora to get customers here? How is the experience, and how can we make it better for you all?
Okay, it has been a good experience for us as AMG. I would say 80% of our customers are here in Diaspora. Yeah. So what we do, we make sure we give the best customer experience to our customers, and now they go there and share with their friends. Maybe the people they work with, their churchmates, their family, and now they bring back in terms of referrals. Yeah, so we get so many referrals from those customers. So I would say that has been our business even here in the USA. Yeah, so you come and buy with us, you get your title deed, for example, in 60 days, you go and tell your friend about that experience. Yeah, and most people for sure here have been conned before. They have bought properties and they don't have their title deed. Yeah, so that story changes when they meet AMG Realtors. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'll go next to Dr. Washuri with Optiven. You're the founder, you're the one who got the company started. I know you have a very inspiring story. So for someone looking to get a business started, how would you encourage them? Maybe they are low on funds, maybe they feel they're not well connected. Maybe I don't know whether your story was you were probably born in a rich family, you did very well when you were born, and maybe your dad gave you 10 million shillings to get, I don't know. So I don't know. Tell us how you got started and maybe how you can inspire folks here.
Wow, thank you. I think one of the things that we must appreciate is that it's important to have entrepreneurs who establishes new ideas, make those ideas into business. But entrepreneurship is not like a walk in the park. It has its own challenges. And for me, when I started doing, of course, I started business in campus. I was a barber. I was shaving people. I was washing people's clothes. And I was also converted my house to be a small library to lend people magazines. I also did a lot of photography in campus to raise my fees because my parents could not afford fees. I'm from a single mother. I lost my father when I was 7 years. So we were brought up with a lot of challenges, a lot of poverty, somewhere in Kenya, and life was very difficult, extremely difficult life. So after campus, of course, people were saying there were no jobs, there were a lot of challenges. And when I see people struggle, I tell them, read my book. I have authored a book called The Solar Like an Eagle. It's a very interesting book. And going out there, of course, working a little bit, then going to business, because I always loved business. And going there, you start this business, it collapses. I did car hire, I was auctioned. I did water packaging, business collapsed. And I did over 15 businesses that failed. 15. Optiven is the 16th one. So, and you can find that story on my book, Solar Like an Eagle. It's available on Amazon. We have a few copies. And that's why I am passionate when I talk to business people. I do a lot of mentorship in Kenya. I have a virtual school called Dr. Washuri School of Mentorship. I mentor people because I have failed, I have been depressed, I have been stressed, I have given up. So I encourage business people that even if you fail once, twice, 3, George failed 15 times, don't give up. You can still make it. If Optiven is where we are now, whereby we are one of the biggest taxpayers in Kenya, we are also one of the biggest employers. We have over 600 employees and hiring and adding. And I'm happy to say that I use my story to encourage entrepreneurs, to encourage business people, and I also tell them that never do business because of money. Money is a very small goal. Money comes and goes. Start a business to empower communities. Start a business to create job opportunities. Start a business to share your money to the less fortunate. Optiven, we are running one of the biggest foundations now in Kenya. We have over 600 orphans that we support to go to school. We do full scholarship. And we also do a lot of charity work in terms of supporting people with back issues, cerebral palsy issues. So last year we did over 1,000 wheelchairs that we distributed. And also we have a big program for environment. We are supporting our government, which is planning to plant 15 billion trees by the year 2030. Optiven, we have given ourselves a target of doing 5 billion trees. Currently, we are running a competition in schools whereby if you plant a tree, take care of it, for 6 months, we give that school a water tank through Optiven Foundation. And also, the same way as we are saying, business about impacting communities, not about money. And for us at Optiven, we are now a big organization. I'm actually becoming irrelevant because we have hired people who are sharper, better than Dr. Washiori. I am the only CEO who doesn't sign checks. I don't sign agreements. I do nothing at Optiven. I only talk. Why? There are people who are better than me. And what you have discovered and what I can tell business people is that work on your structure. Please let your business be I, me, myself. Work on the structure that even if you go to heaven to be with Abraham, your business can still run. And that's Optiven for you. Also, number 2, handle people well. Business is about people. We always make a joke at Optiven that the money we make at the end of the year, we all share. Everybody, including the cleaner, we share that money. Of course, the big chunk of the money goes to KRA, to government. Another big chunk goes to the landowners, where we buy our lands. Another money goes to the suppliers. Another money goes to value addition. Some more percentage go to transfer of titles. So Optiven is not George Washiori. Optiven is the community, because there are so many people who eat from the organization. That's about people. Number 2 is that as a business person, work on your perspiration. Business about working hard. People say working smart, but working hard is one of them. For you to manage your cash flows as a business, and you have all these payments, all these loans, all you are paying, you as an entrepreneur, man, you have to work hard. The other day I was in Australia. I did 5 cities in Australia. I did Sydney, I did Melbourne, I did Perth, I did Adelaide. And my staff were denied visa to go to Australia. So it was my wife and myself. We had 4 boxes. One of the boxes, the wheels ran off. And it was a 3-wheeled box. And it is closed. Why? Because we want to work hard. Nothing comes for free. Someone told me that people who control the world, by 4 a.m. they are up. If you find yourself waking up at 6, my friend, you join the 95% of the poor people in the world. Let me put a comma because I can talk. And maybe I'll have another chance to encourage our people. But in case I don't get this mic again, I do virtual mentorship. You can Google my YouTube, Dr. George Washiori. You find a lot of information there because my job is to make people millionaires in dollars. It is possible and doable.
Good stuff. Very inspiring story. And like you said, it's a big story and inspires a lot of people. I didn't even know this is the 16th company. So, but yeah, you have your books, so people can get the whole story in the books about that. So, moving on to Mercy Gakonyo, Safaricom. When we hear of Safaricom, we hear of now phone calls or M-Pesa. But, you know, on the flip side, George told us about how he started a company and grew it. For you, I'm sure you didn't start it. I don't think you did. I think I can go on a limb and say that. But tell us, how is coming into a large corporation and being able to navigate there and then come in here and bring your products to the diaspora? In other words, just tell us how it is to represent a large company as you come into the U.S. to market. You can tell us more about your products.
First of all, you're right. I joined Safaricom Investment in 2014. This is my 11th year there. And we started off in 2009. And we started small because, as I said, before Safaricom Investment was born, there was Safaricom SACCO. So the staff of Safaricom had started off a SACCO, and the SACCO is for savings and credit. And the same staff felt that since we can only borrow and do whatever we want, why can't we also have an investment cooperative that we are able to grow our wealth? So what idea they had was they wanted to pursue wealth in terms of putting aside what is excess after the savings, after the other things that they're doing. And that is how they were able to form Safaricom Investment. And to join the investment, all one needed to do was to buy shares. And a share by then was 10 shillings, Kenya shillings. I'm saying that because it was 100, but after the split of shares, it became 10 shillings. So you'd buy a minimum of 500 shares and you become a member. They also felt, why don't we buy a land? Why don't we buy houses? Why don't we have something we can call a home? Because as the circle has been there. So with that idea, they were able to quickly form Safaricom Investment Cooperative. And over the years, they realized, wow, we have a lot we can do. So they started growing the wealth by saying, let us ensure we have land all over the country. So currently we have land in 14 counties. And with time, some of the employees relocated to the diaspora. Some of the employees left Safaricom. So we felt there's a need to open the common board. And that is how now we are able to say everybody in this room qualifies to buy shares in Safaricom Investment. Everybody in this room qualifies to grow their wealth together, including my good friends next to me, that we can be partners, we can be members of Safaricom Investment. What do you require? Join in by buying shares. We have an online platform, very easy. You just be able to log in, load your documentation, pay up, and you become a member. Benefits, I'll talk about them.
All right, Rev Lucy, you know, you say something good there about you inspire. No, you aspire to inspire before you expire. Wow, that's powerful right there. Now tell us, you know, for your company, Soil Merchants, I know you've told us your story before, so we're not going to go so much into the story because we don't have much time, by the way, so our food is already here. But we did want to hear, you know, you mentioned something about affordable housing, and that's big. I think it's world over, because like in the US, they say we have a shortage of 7.2 million homes. So the shortage of housing, affordable housing, is world over. So tell us, and we don't want to delve so much into politics, so because already there's some involvement with the government, but how can people here be part of helping solve that issue of affordable housing in Kenya? How can members in here say, hey, I feel I left an impact before I expired when it comes to affordable housing?
Thank you very much, Patrick. Now, how can you also plug in and be part of this network of building affordable housing? We also don't talk much about mentorship, but we mentor. We also have people who have been behind us who are also developing houses. And so you come to us, you have land, we will show you how to go about it. The market is so wide, we can all fit. It is not about, it takes a risk for you to come in and be bold enough to invest. My fellow colleagues here will agree with me, and Safaricom knows that building is not for the faint-hearted. Building is not for the faint-hearted. First of all, this time and era, to put up a house in Kenya, my God, it is tough. So if you find a ready-made house, plug in, because it is very tough. However, we are praying that God is going to open up ways so that it can be easier and people can be able to plug in. So Soil Merchants also is not where we started. We started by, people know us as Gashewa Motors, but we did not even start with Gashewa Motors. My husband was a banker, and then he started Gashewa Motors. And then we even have, Washuri says that he has even done 16. We have also done many. I remember we came here we went to San Francisco, me and George, to sell curios with a container. We spent, and we came even with the gemstones. We had in Arusha, there is a place called Gaita,
where Merarani, sorry, Geita is in Mwanza. Merarani, we even had we call it in Swahili shimo. Tuko na shimo kule la madini, the gemstones. Now we brought them to New York with my husband. And I remember when we sold our first gemstones, he told me, now let's go and shop, because we sold a lot of money. We have done a lot, even us, to be able to be where we are. People give in so quickly. And, we say in Kikuyu, before you kiss your real frog, you can kiss 100 of them. So keep on kissing your frogs, keep on doing what is better and what is good for you. All you need to do not lose your vision. All you do not do is do not lose your focus. So what has happened is that my husband is a very visionary person. We are carrying on his vision as we carry on ours, and that is where we are as soil merchants today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good stuff, good stuff. So we're going to have a quick round. Everyone will say one more. I'll ask you one more question, everyone, and then we'll have the food. And then, because you'll all be coming back again for the real estate panel in the afternoon, so we won't talk too much about the products. But, I'll be remiss if I didn't ask about flooding. So flooding is happening everywhere. It's happening here too. The one thing about the US is that they have FEMA. So FEMA maps out the whole country. So you can tell where there are flood zones, where there is likely to have a flood, maybe 10-year flood, 50-year flood, 100-year flood plain. So they're able to map it out real good. That way, here we don't say that if you have to buy land, you go when it has rained. Like in Kenya, right now, they're saying if you really want to buy land, go when there is rain. That way you'll tell a good place. Now, AMG, I know they buy land and then they never broker the land. They use their own land. Briefly, tell us how you sort out that process of, acquiring some land, making sure it's good, viable land that won't come back to bite the people who buy, maybe flood or other hindrances of any kind.
So I'll start by saying our CEO, Andrew, he's now the executive director. So he spends much more time buying land than we do in selling. Yeah, so he goes out there and talks to the community out there, be it the chief or the family which is selling that land, before even buying it. So he does a lot of research on it. He does a lot of search on it, just to be sure that land is genuine before introducing it to the market. Yeah, so for you as a customer, when you come to us, you are sure that your land is genuine and that that land has no case at all. Yeah, so on the matters affecting whatever is happening right now in terms of the flooding, what we do on our properties, we work on the drainage. Yeah, for example, the properties that we are selling in Juja, the drainage is very, very well done. So you won't find flooding in our properties. Yes. I don't know if I've answered.
No, you did. You did answer it perfectly. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for keeping it short. The rest of you, please follow that way so that we can wrap it up. I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry. So I'm ready to eat. So Dr. Ashuri, Optiven, again, you've been in business a long time, like you've told us here, very inspiring story. What's the future of housing, land specifically? Are we running out of land in Kenya? I mean, the population is growing real fast. What do people need to know about the future of land? Briefly, before we go eat, the situation, I know you deal with the government people, both counties and the national government. What's the future of the land situation, properties in general? Briefly, the rest of it will be afternoon.
Wow, very quickly, of course, there are a lot of changes, government changes, matters land subdivision, not only national government, also county government. Currently, they are talking of something called geospatial plan. For example, Kitengela, Kajiado, for example, there are places you cannot do subdivision because they said if you are 5 kilometers radius of Kitengela, you can only do 5 acres or 10 acres or 20 acres. So there are a lot of regulations. Like Ipia, they are following suit. So if you want to buy property now, buy quickly because changes are coming. So you have seen the bill in Parliament whereby they are saying that if you are selling land, you must deposit 500 million. I don't know how many companies can afford that. So we expect changes. However, for us in real estate, we have formed an association. It's called RESA, Real Estate Stakeholders Association. And we are lobbying the government. We are talking to our members. And we are able to talk as people of real estate. Andrew, the owner of AMG, is also an elder there. I'm an elder there. I'm a patron there. So we are engaging the government, the county government, to ensure that we do not lock out the young people owning land. Of course, Kenya is a very interesting country because we have only occupied 30% of our space in Kenya. So 70% is actually community land. So we still have a lot of land. And of course, you know that as Madam said, we have a shortage of houses. So we are looking for people who can be able to develop affordable homes. And for us who are in land, we say that we are there to sell you a property. We build for you, and then because many Kenyans prefer that kind of arrangement. But of course, we expect a lot of changes. The other thing that changes we are encountering is rates. There is a bill in Parliament whereby even freehold titles, people are going to pay taxes on those freehold titles. So there's a discussion, and we expect a number of changes here and there. But the good thing is that the government listens. We are able to engage them through KEPSA. And we are participating in all these new changes that are happening in our country. So don't give up, so buy. We are there to ensure that we are lobbying because we are part of the stakeholders in Kenya government.
Thank you very much, Daktari. And Mercy, so Safaricom, again, big corporation, doing big things. How do you navigate working with people who are in the diaspora? And maybe they were born here, born of our kids, or they're our kids, I should say, and maybe they don't have the Kenyan documents. Maybe they don't have a Kenyan passport yet, or they don't have, Kenyan ID. How do you help them become an investor in Safaricom Investments?
How we have tried to work with the diaspora. Number one, we are happy to say that we usually have quite a number of webinars with them. And during this webinar, we are able to understand the investment preference. We are able to share what we have. And when we realize that some of the challenges they have is the ID and the identification documentation, we have collaborated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Diaspora Docket, whereby we are able to assist where we can. And they are very, very helpful to us in case we have those challenges. And we also make it a point to attend in forums, especially when the government is coming to do the mobile consular services, so that we can be able to understand the challenges and offer and see how we can assist back home. We are also able to, some of them, maybe one of the partners can be having the documentation. We are able to purchase the property using one of the partners. But mostly is to ensure that we are able to assist them get the documentation, which the ministry is very willing to assist. And we have done that in quite a number of countries, and we'll be ready for that. And we are able to also ensure that we pick the feedback from the customers and work on those feedbacks as our learning lessons so that we can be able to serve them better, and more so now have a personalized team that handles diaspora and is able to work 24/7 to address the issues that are there. We know that their time zones are different, so we need to have somebody who is very, very ready to work on those hours and be able to address the issues immediately.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And one last question. Again, they will be back this afternoon. So one last question, and this one goes to Rev. Lucy. And this one has to do with the currency, Forex. You know, we hear all the situations happening, not just Kenya, by the way, other currencies versus the dollar. We earn in dollars here, but, obviously when we're investing outside the country, we invest in different currencies. The people who maybe do Dubai, the people who do other countries. So in Kenya, What has been the impact? I know there's been a lot of fluctuations in the Kenya shilling in the last few months. Sometimes it was 160, by the way. A lot of people wish they had bought stuff then when it was 100. But be that it may, right now I think the dollar has strengthened somewhat again. So it's been up, down, up, down. We don't know what it's looking at. But what do people need to know as they're investing in Kenya, invest with your company, when it comes to the fluctuations of the currency and how they can overcome that? And what would you advise them to do as you've been seeing that happen in the last few months?
Thank you for that question. One of the things that the diasporian need to know is take advantage when you hear the dollar is stronger than other currencies, because therefore you will gain more. And I remember the Grand Granite, who are our big clients, ventured when that dollar was very high, and they benefited a lot. Today, if they want to sell that property, they will get double. Nevertheless, the fluctuation of the dollar also, now the Kenya shilling is gaining grounds. It is still not yet there, because I think it's around 135, 137, because I want to talk about the Kenyan currency. But you still have an opportunity to invest even right now in the real estate and be able to earn handsomely. So it is always a good opportunity to take advantage of the current situation. Last year when we were here, and we were selling the apartments that Daktari has, invested in. We were trying to tell people, take advantage of the situation right now. Now, some of them, that project, we sold it. We sold to the diaspora, and it's actually 99% sold. And so it's always important for the diasporian to take advantage of the situation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, panelists. Another round of applause for them. We are going to be eating. I think I'll invite Daktari Okari to come here. But again, as they get back to their seats, please give them another round of applause to Reverend Lucy Gashero. It's all before you leave. And then we have Joyce Kimani. Another round of applause for her. We have Dr. Washweri with Optiven. And we have Mercy Gakonyo. See them in between. And again, I'm sure Dr. Okari will say more about that.
Okay. So thank you. Of course, it's lunchtime. Nobody wants to listen to me as much as you want to. But I just wanted to acknowledge the panelists. They will be back here right after lunch to talk about their products. So the key point here, because they've been doing great work for us and for the diaspora community, we'll give them a chance where they will highlight their products. So it will be more of a presentation of what they do than that. But on key point, I don't know about you, anytime we talk about, I teach business, I'm a business professor. Anytime you talk about money, people get scared, they see you more of money. But one thing that I want to applaud the four of you is the human side that you put forth today. Do you agree? I think that to me, and I was talking to George about this, it's good to talk about money, but if you're not talking about the well-being of a human being, then I think there is no need of being in business. But I think based on your presentation, thank you for all you do. And again, we'll have an opportunity where you present those products. So thank you very kindly. Thank you.
Yes, the camera gentleman wants to take us a picture. So we'll stand up.
So Jeremiah, you gotta put some murembe, some soft music as they do that. So, do I need to be there? Okay, as they finish the picture, so here's the order. Obviously, we'll go for lunch after this. After lunch, what we'll do, just quickly, we'll have a report from the World Bank. Of course, they've been with us for a long time. They're sponsoring this event, and they will continue to do so. We will have a report from the World Bank, and then shortly after that, the sponsors will also come back on stage to sell their products. Shortly after that, we're going to have the lawyers. Right, talking about money, and then Wakilo Panda and the team are here. We'll have the lawyers on stage. And then we're going to wind up the day with young professionals. Beyond and the team I see there, they're getting ready for that later in the day. Okay. And so here's Jake to lead us on what to do next. Jake.
So thank you, the panelists, the moderator. I think we didn't even acknowledge the good work Patrick did. Good job, Patrick. Great job. I think I'm kind of suggesting I was going to moderate one of the panels. Probably I'm going to be able to ask you to, because I don't think I'm going to be able to meet that expectation. So great job, great job. So we're gonna be like what the coordinator for the panelists has said. We're gonna follow that schedule. So this afternoon, again, we are repeating ourselves so we can repeat. When we teach, we repeat like 3 times so that at least the message can stick. So in addition with what Dr. Okari said, we're going to have the real estate come. Now they're going to talk more specifically about their product, their presentations and stuff. And then tomorrow, as you can see, our focus is also because they are inspiring us. They're inspiring us. Maybe some people who wants to start a business, maybe they can be their mentor. So even that's what kind of helps us to move forward as people. And we develop one another as entrepreneurs to move forward. I second Dr. Okari. I like the human aspect of looking out for the people about you are doing business, but at the same time, you are considering the people who are involved. So the other people you may not want to forget when you do this business is your workers, your employees. Those are the ones who can make you thrive. If you do good compensation for them, they are able to do good for your company, and it's a good business, and the business will thrive. So that is good. So I wanted to acknowledge one vendor. They were not able to get here. They are from Laban. Do you mind coming to do the honor for this, please, so that it doesn't get inundated with, at least the message doesn't get lost. We wanted to acknowledge a vendor who supported us from Houston, and Attorney Opande is from Houston, so I wanted him to just acknowledge that. So please, this is there.
Absolutely. Houston has good people, as you know, those who have worked with me, and I represent all of them. Those who are not, yes, amen, amen, amen. I see y'all will make it to heaven. All right. Wazobia Market is an African-owned food business, and it's grown over the years. They have several stores. They are predominantly selling African foods, fresh foods. They source the foods from the source, from the motherland. So if you want real ugali or real fufu, yam fufu, and the cassava and all that good stuff, Wazobia is the place to be. They're very, very much in the community. They promote a lot of events within the Houston area, and I think they want to grow. I want to give a shout out to my good friend Chichi, the marketing manager of Wazobia Market, and I want to make sure that she gets this message. So Wazobia, if you want their number, you can reach out. They can actually do deliveries, 832-230-3893 or 832-230-8614. Their main market is on Westheimer or on Beechnut Street in Houston, for those who come from Houston. Go visit with them. And for this one, I know I'm going to go pass by there and get some fufu on my way home. Wazobia. Please give them a round of applause. Wazobia Market from Houston. That's my brother from the other mother in West Coast, because I know most of you are from the East Coast, meaning from East Africa. They are from West Africa. Very well. Is that good enough, my brother? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And what do you do again?
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to speak about myself. In fact, I should be able to say what my brother, Dr. Okari said, you market yourself. And especially, I always admire my brother, George Washuri. Every time you give him a chance, even if you tell him, just say hi, He'll go say, hi, Optiven, we do, you know. So I was feeling in doing my own marketing, I should follow much of you, Brother George. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing the Opande Law Firm PC, which is a practice based here in Texas, do both state and federal law. And we do lots of business law, litigation, immigration, criminal defense. I also run a restaurant in Houston called Sugars, Sukari, Tamu Sana. Please come by. Those who have been there, I'm sure you can say a good word about Sugars Restaurant. It's in the Missouri City, Sugarland area. It's an American cuisine, but we're also getting a bit of African cuisine. Ugali haijafika, but tunachemsha maji. Maji bado iko inaiva. Tunangoja unga. Bei ya unga ikikuja chini tutanunua. And then, But if you're in Houston area, please come by, visit Sugar's Restaurant. Very good cuisine. We hold events there. It's a 300-seater capacity restaurant, so you can do your graduations. You can do your bachelor parties. You can also do your divorce parties. We accept everyone, who wants to come and use the facility. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thanks you, Attorney Opande. So I think that's the only opportunity you're gonna get for. So what we're gonna do is, like I said, a quick reminder. The afternoon we have the World Bank message. Fiona is gonna be able to help us to get that message from the World Bank, and then we're gonna have the real estate, and then we will be moving to what was the legal. The legal team will come. So make sure you stick around, because that's when he's gonna bring his panelists. You need to know this is the numbers you need to be able to have, especially in this time. You can see what's happening even in this country, how the legal can be able to help you navigate through different things. So one last thing, Opande hosted the consular services in his restaurant a few weeks ago. Which was in coordination with the One Voice Consortium. So we are very thankful. And also in Boston, we had Fiva and Alex. They hosted the Diaspora Consular Services, where people were getting IDs, part of that in connection with the One Voice and the Embassy of Kenya. So we are very thankful, and we continue to work with Embassy so we can spread these consular services around the world. So you see, One Voice is not only is a non-profit, but is trying to help our people. So what we can be able now to get for lunch, let's get lunch. Let's take about 30 minutes, and then you can be able to network. Let's not have any speeches. Until you can just be able to help with a nice soft lunch, mziki, and then we can just be able to enjoy. So we'll see you this afternoon. Stick around.
Yasha boy natina teo na sengi palado na zangi sutena vinangai o abunele langa mobala boy ngala se andoto alotina zwelie manda na tongala muki ali atunangai akamati decision mobali nangai baboya kamoninga poeti ngai nafanda kaloboko nalitama nakomitu nakamawa eza makambo liwa ya kala ezalaki eloko ya mawa lelo ekoma liseki esika ya banambevu esika mabale esalamaka esika ya matongi mawa osali kuma
Show me the way I can go. Take me by the end. Show me the way.
Growth of 1% is associated with a drop in the extreme poverty rate of only 1% in the region compared to 2.5% in the rest of the world. And the last point, African governments must tackle structural inequality to foster stronger and more equitable growth by restoring macroeconomic stability, promoting intergenerational mobility, supporting market access, and ensuring that fiscal policies do not overburden the poor. The international community can also play a role by providing more concessional financing to facilitate the implementation of structural reform and supporting external debt management. Thank you all.
The only problem, I did not hear how much are you giving to Africa. You just tell us the problem we owe, but we don't know. Clap for her. Mpigieni makofi. So guys, we have heard who we are, the disaster we are facing. We have heard who we are, our growth. So that's where Mr. George comes in. George is trying to encourage us how we can grow. And others, Pastor, she's also encouraging us how can we invest. And the lawyers are there to represent us to make sure that we can achieve our goal. So we have the market, and Mr. Kiuri and Ongaki, they are here to let us know that we come together as a group to join and make sure we're intact as OVC members. So at this juncture, I'm going to call Bwana David to come and say something. Just, you know me, I'm an MC, and I'm usually strict. And I give you only 3 minutes, and then from there, we can move to the next chapter. David Ongaki, no, not Ochwangi. Yes, David Ochwangi. And then, Pastor, you have your time. You know, you are saved for the last, but the best. You are the last best wine we're going to drink. You know that? Thank you. So I give you 3 minutes. Take your humble time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you. I'm Jambo Tena. So I probably had a lot to share, but of course you had what the man said, 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to park in as much as I can. So I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to stand in front of you and share a few thoughts about what we could do or what we need to do as a diaspora. By introductions, my name's of course David Ochwangi, but part of some of the hats I wear, I'm also chair, or as we like to say, president of the Association of Kenyan Diaspora Organizations. We're more aligned with OVC on some of the things we do. But alongside what we are advancing is the diaspora welfare. Of course, that's why we're here. So what does that mean in real terms? I think we're at a point now where we're almost to the next level in terms of what we can do to drive investments and capital back home to Kenya, right? So when we see partners from real estate especially, I'm just overjoyed that you're here and you've been very resilient. This man over here, well, he's a friend of mine. We go way back. So, you know, what are some of the problems? There's a lot of things that we need to cover, but I think you guys, when you go back, or even as you're here, there's a great opportunity in terms of how we can assist or help drive that capital back home for real estate. Did you know that in Kenya today, as a matter of fact, that the opportunity with real estate is confined or is actually hampered by our own or government initiated impediments? You have to have I think it's 5 or 10 million shillings to invest in a REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust, in Kenya, right? So what we're trying to do, and we want you guys to campaign as best as you can to remove that impediment. Because in the United States, you would, for example, need what they call accredited investors to put, to invest in certain types of investments. That's what it sounds like in Kenya. But if you remove that and have folks like us, I run an organization also called the Diaspora Capital Group. What we do with a Diaspora Capital Group is try to bring investors and try to entice them to bring capital to Kenya. So how do we then figure out a way to merge, to make sure that you guys have products, we can set up joint ventures. If you have land that you're selling, you know, it's one thing to sell land, but it's also if we can add value to that in terms of investments, we want to work with you guys. I think I saw Safaricom lady. I would like to talk to you later. I know I'm running out of time. You know, we'll probably get to connect later or maybe tomorrow if I have a chance to explain more. This is just Inaito Kionjo. The president is coming to Atlanta. I'm based out of Atlanta. It'll be there in about 2 or 3 weeks from now. Those are some of the issues that we want to bring up with President Ruto when he comes, that, okay, these impediments or barriers needs to be removed so that we can open up space for investments. If you guys can afford to come, can make it to Atlanta, come. And if not, we also have another event. Association of Kenya Diaspora Organizations has our annual meeting in Minnesota. That would be in August, the end of August. So I'll probably connect with you, share with you some details if you're interested. We'd love to have you. How many more minutes do I have? 30 seconds. See, I made it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clap for him. You know, at an MC, the first thing that you need to realize is controlling time. If you can control time, you can be there. And thank you. We are waiting, and we are coming sooner to what we call sponsors. But we give them a little bit time. There, I saw Pastor here. Where did he go? Oh, he took off? Where did the pastor go? Oh, he vanished. Oh, he's somewhere there. So, DJ, are you there? Yeah. I want to hear one music, and then we move to the next. But thank you for paying attention and inviting yourself to be here. And thank you so much. DJ, are you there? Yes. Enjoy. Intermingle. Share.
Mokolo yo jeudi ala musakinga na pongie otuna kingali kamona ebite sheri ofashe utobima kibutu anabeya na bimi pol na landa yo nzela ya butu na kobanga na komiti na matete na nuit blanche edo amoni yote na zongi na kolela likambo tebeya decision yo zwinga na pasi mokolo ezali okoluka ngai ekozala trotar nga nasi na bosa na yo mokili ngai nayaka nzambe apesinga nyonso nasengaki yo apimelinga kaka se yo nazali malheureuse loboko na litama nasakanaka te mosele
There you go. Enjoy your time. Take your time. I see, guys. Oh, we have a veteran there, man. We did not introduce him. He's here doing a good service to us, all the way from the military. You know, when you have your own in the military, it's so great to introduce our own from the military, you know? DJ. We have our own who is serving, who is active, duty member with us here. Can you say just hello?
Hello. My name is Sergeant First Class Coroso. I'm a member of GGDS, and that's why I'm here representing them. I know I have other members over here in the middle. So I've been in the Army for 13 years, and I'm looking to do 20 years. I retire, I go back home in Kenya.
Thank you. Mpigieni makofi. Tuko busy sana. Mpigieni makofi. Asante sana. Nilikuwa nangojea pastor akuje na tuendelee kidogo. While we are still waiting for pastor, DJ, take over. Sasa usipatie ile muziki ya kulala. Patia ile muziki sasa ya kucheza arukaruke ile juu. Unajua mimi anza na manambiri kidogo na tuendelee mbele tukienda mbele. Na nione watu wakiamuka. Thank you.
Kotanga Romayo epayo zalina bisembo oko
Santeni, sasa tuanze kuita watu waingie ndani sasa. Can everyone come back in and have a... Can everyone come in back, please, and have your seats? Yes, I need everyone in. Thank you. Yeah, we can have seats. Bwana lawyer, unajua sitaki unistaki unifunge. Ndio maana na yeah, nataka tuite wale wako nje. Ita hao. Ukikuja nitakuwa ni sawa. At this moment we are waiting for the panel is just coming. One moment, we are waiting. Meanwhile, as we wait, I was so much motivated with Mr. George. I've never met him, but I've seen his surrogates. Nimeona jeshi lake na alisema kitu kimoja kizuri sana. You don't have to be a perfect leader, but so long as you put people in the right place, you are always going to win. And why do I say so? This country is moving ahead because they put the right people in the right place, and it will never fail. And one successful thing that we have in this country, it doesn't matter whether you are white, black, red, Indian, we have always, there is everything for you. You don't have to squeeze ourselves. And that's one of the things that I've learned from you. And one of the failures for us, and we have not taken off, is who and who do you know? Who do you want to put in the government? Who do you want you to serve you? And when we have done like that, it's one of the issues that we have failed to achieve. While we are waiting for others to come, Mr. George, I want you to answer this question. How can we incorporate everybody in Kenya to be part of you? This is the question that I'm putting forward to you. Can you answer that question? How can we incorporate everybody with your failures, with your success? How do I told you, oh, I'm from Western, and I don't hear somebody from Octaven. How do we incorporate everybody while we are waiting? I'll give you just 2 minutes while I'm waiting for somebody, and then we can proceed.
Wow. How do we include everyone in the vision? And number one, the vision must be calling. It must be able to call you. And for you as an implementer of the vision, practice what I call diversity. If you come at Optiven, if you speak Kikuyu, nobody will hear you. We have all the representation from all communities. Kisi, Jaluo, Kikuyu, Meru, Masai. My own PA is a Masai. Kalenjin. And we are very intentional to ensure that the Optiven is the face of Kenya. So that when I go out there to mentor people, I am mentoring from an example. For example, I met about 500 people who are doing business. I tell them, if I come to your office and you are speaking local language, there's a problem. Number two is that let people's voices be heard. Once you open up the space that people have got a voice, you have no option. People will come. For example, for us at Diaspora, we are able to, last year we did 90 cities, 90. This year, we are doing 120 cities across the globe. How are we doing it? It's not George who is running up and down. Me, it's only that I love US. I have people in Botswana. I have people, as I talk to you now, Rob is in Senegal. We have people in Dubai. Patrick Kiprono is in Dubai. I have 2 people in Australia already there. So we are able to reach out to the entire globe. Why? We have the intention. We have the capacity, we have the will, and every Kenyan company, when I met them, tell them, don't be a village champion. For us at Optiven, in 2014, we were the best company, the whole of Republic of Kenya. 2014. But I said, Kenya now is a village. We can go out there. Right now, I'm telling people, you can be able to do business in Congo, for example. You can do business in Rwanda. The other day, President, His Excellency Ruto, Dr. Ruto, found us in Rwanda and made a fund. Mumereta 50 by 100 hapa Rwanda. Kigali. And of course, you know the story what happens. So we encourage people out there, even those who are in the US. I know there are people who are doing very good business here in the US. Please, kuja Kenya. Come and plant something there. Come to Uganda, plant something there. Come to Congo. Congo is a dollarized economy. Come there, plant something. And I know Kenyans are very hardworking. They are go-getters. We can be able to be an example of Africa, whereby we accommodate every single person. Right now, there is a movement from black Americans. They want to come back to Africa. For us, I think last week, we sold 1/4 acres in Mombasa, Ocean View Ridge Vipingo, to black Americans. And they're asking, can I own a property when I don't have a Kenyan passport? We said Kenya is open for business. We have leasehold properties whereby international community can own land in our coastal region. And if you are there, you're looking for something coastal region, Joan is right there. We have one of the best gated communities, the entire of Africa, whereby Congolese are coming, Zimbabweans are coming, Kenyans are coming, and we are saying retire in opulence. So maybe we can learn more on how to expand our businesses, because I have passion. When I see Kenyan businesses expand, I have passion. When I see OVC even coming to Kenya, who said you must be here in America? Kuja Kenya, we shall sponsor you, so that we are able to spread the word out there on how we can be able to keep expanding. Let me tell you, Africa, for Sydney, who want to come to Africa or Kenya, Africa is where business is. Here, business is exploited. Business now is in Africa. And the gateway to Africa is Kenya. When you're in Kenya, you can be able to reach out to every single country in Africa. And now, politically, we are good. No lions, no demos. We are now thriving. Other than the small challenge of floods, which is no more, it's global warming, we are resilient, we are go-getters as Kenyans, and wonder, wherever I go, people tell me, when Kenyans go for interviews with other nationalities, when they find a Kenyan, they pick that Kenyan, because Kenyans are hardworking. Asante sana Bwana MC, and God bless you. Now call me in your village. Where is that? Where is your village?
My village?
Yes.
I'll let you know.
No, let me know, because we have a deal with Dr. Jacob. We are going to Kisii to do charity work there.
I'm from Vihiga.
We shall come there.
Thank you. But you did not talk about one thing that is scaring Kenyans. It's what we call high interest rates. It's really killing when you want to do something. Since you are there, our tall relative, how do you reconcile with the high interest rates with the loans we are coming to get an apartment or something from you? 1 minute, because the next panel is almost here.
why are you inspiring me to start a bank? Anyway, of course, we have enjoyed interest rates ranging from 13 to 16%. But with the dollar fluctuations that we had, the interest rates went up to 19%. However, we have seen the stabilization of the dollar. And we are anticipating the next couple of months, this 19% may come up maybe down to 16%. However, if you have a dollar account as a diasporian, there are many financial institutions that are giving at 9%. If you belong to SACCOs, of course, SACCOs give by up to 12%. So you can be able to walk around it. And of course, what we do is for us at Optiven, because we borrow from financial institutions, we ensure that once you do a project, we sell it quickly. That's why we are all over, so that we're able to pay the loan facility. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to trick you. I don't want to start a bank, but I just want to know, because when I'm talking to my group, I want to know and tell them that you are there and you want to help them. The first question will come in the high interest, but we're going to talk more about that.
We also do interest installments.
Yes.
So we can sell your property up to 2 years installments. So if you want to borrow, we can give you 2 years installments.
Thank you. Clap for him. Clap for George. You know, if you know you are gaining something, say hallelujah. Because I came all the way from Boston, and this is my first time. And when I met the two gentlemen, and they introduced me to Octaven, I think I'm married to this now. Just not there, but I'm married, and I'm going to stay here with my wife to make sure that we can make this thing grow strong and strong and stronger. As we wait for the next panelist to come in and give us the next view, the legal panelists be ready after we have the sponsors who are coming in the next 2, 3, 4 minutes. Then after that, and I'm going to shorten their time to 15 minutes. If they're taking longer, I know what I'm going to do to them. Meanwhile, yes. Yes, she's at the parking lot. So if you know you are on the sponsorship, can you give some shaky, shaky, shaky music to bring in the sponsors? I don't know if you have, Mamu. You have Mamu, or do you have Sama Pangala? You know, those days was Sama Pangala. It was either. Do you have anything? Do you have preference? Or maybe for pastor, you can find some nice music from the church. Yeah, ile ndombolo. To chase ndombolo, you need to hit the pastor because she's also there. We can call them, we can shake a little bit and dance and be on the stage. Pastor, do you have preference? Music from... Go any reverend, any gospel, nice gospel. Hey, you know, we are cosmopolitan people. When you are a cosmopolitan, na Roho Mtakatifu eshuke.
Nilikuwa kijana sasa ni mzee.
Thank you.
Daudi kasema nilikuwa kijana sasa ni mzee.
If you know you are a sponsor, hey, there you go. You know, we live by the word, and you dance by the word, you eat the word, and there you go. George is there. You know, even if you want to tax George, George will tell you I'm everywhere. Thank you. Yeah, George, there you go. Your moves, but don't rush. Hey, hey. Thank you, George. You see, Pastor, Reverend, we are waiting for you. Yeah, you see. Twende pole pole, kahora kahora. Sijui kwa kisi wanasemanga namna gani kahora kahora. Ngora 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 ngora. Pastor, dance kidogo, at least. Hey, there you go. Where's the other person? Mercy, where is Mercy? Hey, Mercy. Hey, hey, yeah, you know. kaeni bwana. Endelea tu kidogo. Thank you. Aya, come in here. While they are coming in, come here, ladies and gentlemen, come here. Sawa, Barbara, kujeni hapa kidogo. Nani kuja hapa kidogo? Sasa hawa ndio hawa bwana. Jitangaze.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, for the second time, my name is Lawrence Jenga. I'm a Kenyan by birth. I'm a resident of Dallas, been in Dallas, Texas for about 20 years now. My background is in tourism, and that's why I have a Round Trip Safaris t-shirt. I have a company called Round Trip Safaris. Our background is tourism, and what we do is we look for tourists from the United States, and then we help them go for vacations in Africa and everywhere else. We are local. We are based in Plano, Texas, which is about 10 miles from here. So if you want to find us, you can always find us. Our website is roundtripsafaris.com, and you can find us there. We are ready to serve all your guests. I know if you're not traveling, somebody else is traveling. If you're not on vacation, your friend or your family or your boss is on vacation. Let them know about Round Trip Safaris, your steps around the world. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be a member of OVC, and first of all, to even be part of this event. Thank you very much, and I look forward to greater and bigger events and meeting you all. Thank you.
Actually, I used him to get my tickets to come down here. We don't know you. You see, from OVC, I got my trip here. It is him who gave me the tickets, and back and forth. We'll talk about it.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon again. My name is Kerago Gary. I live here in Dallas. I'm here on behalf of Charles Kigwe with Dananda. We have a table set up over there. A little bit of background. Charles used to live over here for like 15 years, so most of us knows Charles. Charles relocated back home, but he still have a home over here. So he's one of our own. He has invested in real estate back home. His company is Dananda, and they are making, he's trying to duplicate real estate back home as it is done here. And he's doing it perfect fine. Come visit us, and welcome to Texas. Come see me on your way out. Thank you. Alex,
you're done?
Welcome again.
Yeah, I'm in Texas. Do you know what's your logo here? What's your logo here?
Lone Star State, the only state that had its own republic, developed in 1845.
Do you know the logo for Boston is got the spirit of America? So which means we belong, we have the spirit of the heart of America. So I just wanted to know, what's your slogan here?
Everything is big in Texas. Can I say it loud?
Yeah.
Okay, everything is big in Texas. Whatever he is talking about up there is actually not Texas, it's New England. Who even talks about New England? Nobody. This is America. That's New England.
We talk about Patriots, we talk about Celtics, we talk about and everything, swimming and everything. I don't know what you're talking about here, big, but it's okay. Thank you. Clap for him. Thank you. This is our panelists, our sponsors. You know, you see, they are elegantly dressed, ready to present something to us. And having said that, I think I'm going to call our beloved Anne, and she's going to be the panelist. And at this juncture, I give her the microphone. Can you clap for her? Yay! We have been, so, and look at your time. You know me, I like going with the time. What time is it?
2:31.
At exactly 3.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. We need to see you out of the stage.
All right.
Fantastic. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Gaduka Franklin. I reside here in Dallas, Texas. I'm highly honored to be here with you today and to get a chance to moderate this panel about investing in real estate, especially in Kenya. By profession, I'm a CPA. I've been a CPA for many years. So I work for myself now, and I provide what I call concierge CFO services to business owners, or what I call high-income business owners. My background is highly significant experience in taxation for high net worth individuals. And then I'm also a money coach, and I work a lot with women. And so it is quite fitting for me to moderate this panel, because as we talk about coaching and financial literacy, we do talk about investing. All right, so today we have several companies represented here. And how we are gonna do this, we're gonna start out by letting each one of them introduce themselves and their brand and the products that they offer. And then we'll move on to questions that we feel that investors would have or would have. And so that's how I want this to go, all right? And so we're gonna start from the far right. From my far right, we have Reverend Lucy Gashero, and from Soil Merchants. And Reverend Lucy, please introduce yourself and Soil Merchants and tell us what you do.
Thank you very much, moderator Kathy. By the time you leave here, or we leave here, if you do not know my name, please, somebody help you. So my name is Lucy Wanjiro Gasheru, or you can call me Reverend Lucy Gasheru. And I said, I love Jesus, even this minute. But one of the things that we do is, apart from the good news of our salvation, I am working, or we have a company by the name Soil Merchants, property developers. We develop properties, we turn raw land into usable land. Remember, I told you that our business is to inspire, is to aspire to inspire before we expire. So that's what we are trying to do, offering people good accommodation, decent accommodation. If anybody thought that you cannot afford a home, they are lying to you. When the MC asked Daktari about the interest rates in Kenya, Soil Merchants, right now, we are offering 0 interest payment plan. How about that? Plug in. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Reverend Lucy. Next, we have Joyce, who is here representing AMG Realtors. So Joyce, introduce yourself and the company.
My name is Joyce Kimani from my name is Joyce Kimani from AMG Realtors. I'm a sales team leader at AMG. Yeah, so what basically we do, we help our customers to identify the right property for them, depending on their needs. If you're looking for somewhere for commercial purposes, we'd be able to advise you. If you're looking for somewhere to build your dream home, we have that. Yeah, so we sell land, prime properties, and maybe I can touch on the 2 properties that we are selling right now. We have one which is called Juja Prime, Phase 8. It's a fantastic project, and if you are looking for a property to build your dream home, Juja Prime Phase 8 is the place to be. It's a gated community, so that means we have done the perimeter wall for the security and safety for you and your loved ones. We have done a majestic gate where there is 1 entrance and 1 exit, so no one can just come to that estate without being asked, bring your ID, where are you going, which house number are you going? Yeah, street lights, the roads are maram. It's a great project, yeah? And the other project we are selling is in Nanyuki. Nanyuki is so good for holiday homes, cottages, if you're looking for somewhere to build your dream home, holiday home, cottages, that also commercial purposes, Nanyuki is the place to be. Yeah, so you can always reach out to us, and we should be able to explain more, like I've said before, depending on your needs, what exactly you're looking for. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Joyce. Now on to George Washuri with Optiven. Mr. Washuri, please let us know about Optiven and the products that you offer.
Well, thank you. My name is George Washuri. I said earlier I'm an author. I've done 3 books. This is one of them. We have a few copies you can buy. It's $30, and all the money, George does not eat a cent. The money goes to the foundation to support the many courses we are doing. The other book is called How to Start Small and Build an Empire. I use it for mentorship, those who are in business. This is a must read. People who read this one, they are making a lot of progress, a lot of resources, because it's based on my personal experience. And this is after the pledge. We did a deal that went awful, and we paid back people money, $2 million back to people's pockets. Even here in Dallas, we paid back people money, 200 million Kenya shillings. The story is here to encourage entrepreneurs that when you make a mistake, own up and then pay back. Don't say it's a customer's mistake. So we owned back, and that's what we do as Optiven. And of course, on day-to-day basis, we say that we buy land, and we have 5 levels of land. We have 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. 5-star, we do carbon roads, solar street lighting, perimeter wall. A good example is a Manlij in Kiambu. We also have 4-star. We remove the carbon, we do compact manam roads. And currently we are selling 2 products that, we are telling you to, pay yourself, life of opulence. Someone like come now, you have been here for so long, and you have empowered a lot of people. You need to retire at the coastal region. We have one of the best products called Ocean View Ridge Vipingo. When Come Now is there, you view the ocean. Can you imagine? And we are now doing perimeter wall, have done the gates, security, and we have planted coconut trees. So when you are there, you forget about America. You only view the ocean, beautiful place, and we can be able to sell to you on an installment for 2 years or 1 year or 6 months. So, and we have quarters, we have 8, we have half acres, we have 1 acre, a beautiful product. Only 25 minutes from Nyali, and you can be able to see Joanne out there. The other one is doing is that people who want to make money, you want to make money. Dr. Shiori, Professor Shiori, you want to make money. We have Joy Lovers Club in Malindi town. When you're in that particular property, you can literally walk to the ocean. The neighborhood is magistrate, lawyers, people who is who in Malindi town. And it's only 5 minutes from Malindi International Airport. We are selling, there is a 5-star. With 4 million, you have a property there, and then Optiven built for you, and then we manage for you. A night there is 25,000. So you can be able to make a lot of money when you are here. And Optiven, we are doing our own units. So you can plug in, talk to Joanne, plug in there, and you can pay pole slowly, and then you will be able to testify on this. Of course, you have other many projects. We are in 30 counties. We are in Vuyanzi, Bwana MC. Amenda wapi. We are in your village, in Vuyanzi, Milimani, Kitale. We have a property there, 4-star property. We have properties in Nanyuki. The biggest property in Nanyuki, we bought 1,000 acres, 1,500, and we are doing a lot of things, including a helipad right there in Nanyuki. Who has bought that property? And don't buy small, buy 5 acres, 10 acres, 20 acres. We are also in Nyeri, where I come from. What we are Nyeri, there's something in Nyeri, there's something in Arumoru, there's something in Kitengela. Mention your county, we are there. God bless.
So thank you very much, Mr. Washuri. And so now the last panelist is Marcy Gakonyo, who is here from Safaricom Investments. I don't know whether we've been here before or how have you been here, so welcome to Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. My name is Marcy Gakonyo. Yes, I'm from Safaricom Investment Cooperative, an investment cooperative registered at the Ministry of Cooperative, and our mother company is Safaricom. Started way back 15 years ago in 2009. What do? We do investment. We pursue investment for our investors in the real estate, money market, and private equity. Why did we start? We felt there's a need to do investment. As employees of Safaricom, they felt, where do I go when I retire? What do I do after my hard work? I need to ensure I have some investment. So whatever you keep aside after doing your daily and monthly obligations, that small investment can go a long way to giving you a good return in future. So we grow the investment of our members. How do you join? We are able to join by buying shares. The minimum shares is 500. A share is Kenya shillings 52 plus an entrance fee of 10,000. In other words, that is Kenya shillings 36,250, or you can call it $266. You become a member. There are many benefits of being a member. So we started off by saying we want to grow our investment. So we joined the investment cooperative. People bought shares, and thereafter they were able to get returns over the years. We felt there's also a need to ensure that they can also get property. So we started buying land and selling. And the land that we buy and sell, we sell to the investors, we sell to non-investors. So anybody can buy our property, not only the members. We also felt there's a need to have housing. We have about 7 housing projects. One of them is currently ongoing on sale. It's called Miran in Ruaka, whereby most people in the diaspora have purchased, have patronaged. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and studio going from 3.5 to 6.5. We have all this information on our website. What do you have for the diaspora market? We are open for membership to become an investor. We are open for you to come and patronage our products. It is very easy. We have products in 14 counties. We are able to grow your wealth. And having listened to what investors want, I believe most people in this room, if I asked you the question, have you ever bought land? You will say yes. Have you ever bought a house? You will say yes. And you are here in the diaspora, you don't know what to do about it, or maybe you were buying it to just ensure you have land. We have started a new business line whereby we are selling on behalf. Maybe you came to the US and you had left a 10-acre land. It is subdivided, it's not subdivided, and you'd want to do another investment, but what do you do with that investment? So last year we came up with a new business line whereby we are selling on behalf. So you have an investment that you'd like to dispose. You don't know how because of the challenges of brokers and all that. Safaricom Investment has that business line. You just need to engage with us and we'll be able to help you sell it. And of course, we shall charge you a very fair price for that. And as a member, that is some of the gains that you gain. Whatever monies we make from the investments and the businesses we do, it goes a long way to pay your returns. We are also building on behalf. We have sold to people property, especially in the diaspora. You want to build your home, you want to build your apartments. We are taking up that. Why? Because we have been able to understand the market of building. We have been able to engage the right people in the consortium, so we are able to give you the best. So we have been able to build on behalf for our customers, even for our non-customers. So we'll be able to share that information. What is your role? Your role is to give us, where do you want us to build? Is it in our property or is it the property that you had bought? And you shall provide the finances, we shall do the work, the services, and offer you what you want. So we are also here to listen to you as an investor. What would you like? What investment are you looking out for? So that as we go back home, we shall come back and tell you, this is what you wanted, this is what we can provide. Because you understand that we are the ones who are in the market. We can be able to analyze the investment needs and be able to come and offer the same. And that is why our 2 new business lines were brought into place. Selling on behalf, building on behalf, and more so, listening to what the investors want and ensuring that we are able to offer that. So we are happy to engage, to network, and even work with our partners and see what are they doing best, what can we cooperate together, and what can we look out and ensure that the diaspora market, there is no gap. We are also listening to your challenges. What have you had a challenge with? Is it the transfers? Is it the KRA? Is it the network, or is it the communication? So that we can improve this and ensure that we give you the best. So feel free to engage, give us your challenges, give us your feedback, and we shall implement. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Lucy. So, as you heard, we have the best of the best here as part of our panel. They are experts in what they do, and so this is also a great opportunity to ask them the questions that we have about investing in Kenya. I am excited to hear that you are
We sell all over Kenya. But of course, there are some requirements that we need to ask you to give us, because you know land selling is very sensitive. So there are those key requirements that you need to have met. And once you have met all that, we do our due diligence, because we shall be selling on behalf with our name. So it means that if Mr. X buys land that had an issue, they'll come and say, whoa, you are the agent. So there are those prerequisites that we have to ask the questions, and you have to provide. Once you provide that, we are able to sell at the comfort of your seat in America. Your property will be sold, and we shall walk together the journey and ensure the buyers get the ownership documents, and we are able to have a win-win situation.
That is really good, and honestly, I believe that is one of the challenges that we have here in Diaspora. We invest, and so then we segue this into a question on exiting investments. Okay, we live in Diaspora, and for the most part, most people spend most of their time here. They may choose to retire in Kenya, in Africa, but right now, this is where they make their money. So when they invest in an opportunity, whether it is an apartment or land, one of the things that we all know, there's something called investment cycling. So you purchase an investment now, maybe a piece of land, it appreciates. Then you want to cycle that into the next opportunity, right? So one of the issues that a lot of people in diaspora have is, how do I exit? I've bought this land, I've bought this apartment. When I'm ready to exit because I'm at camp or I have found something else better, or now I'm ready to build a dream home and I'm pulling together all my resources. So I'd like each one of you panelists to tell me, how do you help investors in diaspora exit the investments they invest with you? Yeah, so I'll let you start.
Safaricom Investment, what we have, as I've said, we have come up with an e-commerce website, whereby now, once we are able to get our clients who want to dispose their land and their property, they are able to give us the details. We post them there and market for them. We also, as we're doing our work, we do the research. So even at times we can be able to have spotted somebody who said, I did land in this place. So when we get somebody who is also selling land in that place, we're able to connect. So our e-commerce website is actually assisting on that. And as we grow it together, we'll be able to give it more marketing, so that we can be able to ensure the property you give us is off the market at the earliest point.
Okay, fantastic. Dr. Washuri?
One of the experiences we have encountered with the diaspora, you know, we have been there for 24 years in Optiven. So there are those who bought our properties when it was 70,000. Now it's maybe 5-6 million. And then we have been encouraging them to build those properties. And we have a case scenario here in Dallas. Somebody bought 18 plots from us, and all of them, he did houses. And even before they were finished, they were sold to people here in Dallas. Somebody is here, and who is building for them? We have a company that built for our customers. As we don't do external, only our customers. It's called Optiven Homes. We have architects, engineers, builders, and we build for them. And that has been very popular. Right now we have about 60 sites for diaspora that we are building homes for them, either for themselves or for disposal. That's how we support them. And they are smiling all the way to the bank.
Fantastic. Awesome. And I'll summarize the points after all of them go. Okay, go ahead. Joyce?
Okay, one of the pillars of AMG Realtors is we said what we own. So our model is quite different. We said only what we own. Yeah, so we don't sell on behalf, we don't broker, we sell the property that we own as a company. But however, if a client has bought with us, and since now we know the history of that land, we can be able to sell, if they're willing to sell it out, we can help them sell it. Yeah, only that they would have bought from us, that's how we can only help them sell it out. Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
All right. I also we are the same with AMG. We also do not sell any land that we have not done any due diligence. So we therefore don't sell on behalf, we only sell what we own. But
If you today invest with soil merchants, an apartment, and you opt out, there is an agreement, there is a clause in the agreement which allows you to exit. You will not lose any money. In fact, you will get your money within 48 hours. And so if you want to opt out, it is okay, because we realize that you can have challenges of servicing that particular process. So what we do, we give you an open, that clause is integrated into the agreement, because we have realized many people have challenges finishing to pay their obligation. So yes, there is a way to exit.
Fantastic. Awesome. That is really encouraging to hear. And for our listeners, this is being broadcast live. And as a diaspora, that's really important to hear and to understand, because unless you're cycling your investment, then you have a problem. But I like what they have said. They've said, one, there is a website. Safaricom provides you a website where you can market your property that you have purchased with them. Optiven helps you exit in terms of basically level up that property by building. AMG says, if you buy land with us, we'll help you sell it, right? And Soil Merchant says, we'll help you sell the land that you've bought with us, but if you purchase an apartment and you need to opt out, they will help you exit that property. That's excellent to hear, and I hope that diasporans, you take note.
48 hours refund.
48 hours refund.
Full refund.
Yes, and what that says is this, that the investment they're selling you is good. That's guaranteeing an investment, and that is excellent. All right, fantastic. Now, let's move on to the topic of flooding. The elephant in the room. We know right now Kenya is flooding. It's a calamity. Nobody anticipates excess rain, right? Even Dubai did not anticipate excess rain. So these things happen. And this brings me to two questions that I would want you to participate in. The first question is, and I'm going to come with the mindset of a diasporan. When I go to buy a property here, one of the assessments that gets done is, am I in a flood zone? So I want to direct this question to you, Mercy, from Safaricom Investments. Is there a process of making those kinds of evaluations to see that the land that you're selling to a client who will build on that land, or the apartments that you have developed, that land is not in a flood zone? Or what kind of technical stuff that you do to ensure that you're not building in a flood zone?
Thank you, Catherine, for that question. Maybe before I answer, I can say that as a Safaricom Investment Cooperative, when we are sourcing for land, we have a project department. And the department has a valuer, it has a lawyer, it has a surveyor, it has an engineer who work hand in hand when we are sourcing the land to identify the key areas that any investor or any land buying person would look. One of them is how the land is, how in case of floods, how the water will flow, and all those things, whether it is rocky, and we are able to see beacon to beacon before we purchase, and we are able to buy. I'm happy to say that it is sad, but some of the things that we are doing back right now is we are asking that question, can you travel to all our land and see, have they flooded? Like we have one in Tatu City, and we were quick to check, how is it? Because we did our due diligence before we bought it 2 years ago. Now the floods have come in Kenya in April. Were we right on what we did? And is there any issue that we can bring to attention? So we are happy to say that all our lands, nothing has been affected. Well, we are sad with those that have really having bad issues. However, it is also a learning lesson, the challenges that are there right now, that we need to even equip ourselves better as we go forward to purchasing other lands, and even as we go forward to ensuring the value adds and the things that we put in place. So that is one thing that we do. We ensure that the team that goes to the ground is well equipped to ensure and identify any of those before we engage on those at the purchase. And as we go on with the buyers, in case of any challenges, we are able to relocate, we are able to refund, we are able to identify, because as you see right now, some of the things that are happening were not visible, but it has happened. But we are happy to say our team has done an excellent job because none of our lands has been affected as we sit.
Thank you very much. I have several questions, and I know because of time, I need you all to answer the questions short answers. So the next question regarding flooding, I'm going to direct to Mr. Washiori, and I'm going to ask you, what do you think is the effect of land value in a land that has been flooded on? And I'm sure there may be people here who have a piece of land somewhere, not just your land, but do you think that the value of land gets impacted from flooding?
Wow, the issue of flooding is real. It's a disaster, and it's not easy. For us at Optimal Foundation, we are already securing money to support the flood victims. I have my own friends who have lost lives. I have friends whose houses were completely marooned. And we have discovered that Kenya is divided into several zones. There are lowlands. Anybody in Athi River, there were a lot of flooding in Athi River, all that region. Right now, I'm told the Kamuru area, all that area, people are running away from their homes. Things are thick. And that's why I think yesterday I posted, if you want to support the flood victims, Optimal Foundation, we are collecting food, we are collecting tents, and we are on the ground supporting different communities, not only in Nairobi, but across. And of course, you know that now Kenyans have known that there are some areas that are prone to flooding, especially low areas of the city of Nairobi and other cities. And the upper areas, they are slightly friendlier, people in the mountains. However, we cannot afford land in Kiambu. Kiambu, the terrain is good. Now, majority of Kenyans go to Roiro, they go to Kamuru, they go to Athi River, they go to Kitengela, and these are the areas seriously affected. So definitely, the value for such areas must come down, because now the demand will go down. The value for highlands will also go up. But it's a real problem. We have thousands of people displaced as we talk, and not only in Kenya. I was looking at the reports in Tanzania, Dubai. So it's a real problem. And it's bigger than real estate. Maybe the government need to think, what can we do to ensure that everything is okay? A friend of mine lives in Runda, and the entire house was damaged by water. So even as we discuss here, let's plug in, let's support our people.
Thank you for that, because actually I'm very glad to hear that you are giving back, because I think that is also one of the questions I was going to ask. But let me continue with this question on flooding, and I'm going to direct this question because we are talking about property and building, and ask you, Reverend Lucy, what is there in place in Kenya that would help you recover from such a calamity? Because again, sometimes when these kinds of floods come here, somebody is in Runda, would never have thought their house would ever flood. And now, so you have done your due diligence, but calamity, that's what calamity is. You can't really prevent calamity. It's a God, in insurance they call it a God situation, a natural cause. So now, what is there in place in Kenya that would give assurance to a diasporan that in case of such a calamity, that there is something that would help them recover?
All right. One of the things that we are going through as a country in Kenya is that flooding. I don't know why Kenya has to have something all the time. We have to have something going on. Nevertheless, we can never question God. But if acts of God like those happen, what we've done is that we've insured. Like, for example, if you invest with us, that whole project is insured from inception to completion. And so it is, before the insurances were not insuring the acts and calamities, but now they're insuring. So you need not to worry. And I'm sure like those flooding in Runda, most of them are insured. And so insurance is the best way to go about it. But also for prevention, as soil merchants, what we have also done is also to look at the good locations. And when you look at the good location, there are a number of things you don't only look, but you consider. But you also bring in engineers
You also bring the architects. They will tell you, this place in a few years, it will flood. This place is a flat land. So location is not only talking about location. There are a number of things that go with location. And so this is the time, in fact, this is the time to buy during floods, because it will tell you where you are buying is safe. Because when you go and buy when it is now dry, you will not know. So if you are looking to buy, invest now, because you'll be safer than when it's dry. Yep.
Fantastic. That is really good to know. So when you're going to buy a property in Kenya, you need to ask, is this property insured? Right? That is a question for us in diaspora to ask. Fantastic. So let's move away from that sad situation. And I want to now move to my area of expertise, which is taxation. And I want to hear from you about the taxes that an investor from diaspora can anticipate, right? Of course, we are here hearing all the taxes in Kenya have skyrocketed. All of you have heard those stories, right? And everybody in Kenya is whining about taxation. So the question I have for you is in terms of land, and I'm going to direct this question to Mercy. In terms of land, what taxation can I expect, right? Is there capital gain? Is there income tax? What kind of taxation is there? And I'll also ask Reverend Lucy to answer for us, what is the kind of taxation I can expect as an apartment investor? Did I say Mercy? Okay, I meant Joyce, but that's okay. Go ahead. Joyce. I meant Joyce, sorry, go ahead. Oh, do you want her to answer?
I think Mercy can help me.
Okay. Let me first say that for Safaricom Investment, when you become a member, there is one of the products in the money market that you can patronage. Okay, we give it a name, Prepare. Prepare is like a money market whereby you can invest your money for minimum of 6 months and get a return ranging from 10 to 12%. That return that you get, you will attract a withholding tax of 15%. So in the event that you have made 100,000 Kenya shillings, you will be paid 85 and 15 will go to withholding tax. And this is communicated when you're investing that money, that you shall be able to earn this amount of money and this is the tax that you're going to get. And we are able to give you the certificate to be able to, when you're doing your returns, to show that. That is one of the tax that you incur, yes.
All right.
Yes.
And then in terms of land, because you do sell land, right? Is there taxation on land? And is there taxation on capital gain? If I purchase land, because here we do have property tax, so is there taxation on the land when you're holding it? And then is there taxation when you sell the land?
Yes, there is the capital gain tax.
Okay. What is the capital gains tax rate?
15%.
15%.
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. So, Mr. Washiori, if I sell my land, and of course the buyer gives me money, is it my responsibility as the seller to file the taxes and to pay the 15% capital gain?
What happens that for capital gain tax, they only tax you if the value is 3 million plus.
Okay.
So if you bought a property from Optiven, for example, there's a property you are selling at $1,000 in Malindi, you sell it at less than 3 million Kenya shillings, no tax.
Okay.
Anything above that, you pay the difference, you pay 15%. And the tax is paid at the point of transfer.
Okay.
Another tax that a customer pays is 4%. There before, if you bought land in towns and smaller urban areas, like Nanyuki, the tax was 2%. Mm-hmm. But now, they have classified all those towns and urban areas as municipalities. Mm-hmm. That municipality comes with now 4% tax, transfer tax.
Okay.
Then also, the county now, they are also charging little money. They are calling it rates because they want to raise money. Some are 2,000 per plot, others are 4,000. However, I want to encourage our investors. The rate of appreciation of land in Kenya is faster, maybe 20 times more times than taxation. Taxation is a very small component. A good example is we are selling a property in Mombasa, Ocean View Ridge Vipingo. I have an acre, we are selling at 7.8 million. The moment we do clubhouse, we do swimming pool, we do perimeter wall, we plant the trees, we are anticipating that property will be 20 million. So even if you pay that little tax and you want to dispose, that means you can still make a lot of money. And that's why Chinese are coming to Kenya, Germans are coming to Kenya, because land is appreciating very fast. You know why? Our population is 50 million. A majority of our people, 70%, are young people. Very soon, they are going to get married. So they need homes, they need houses, they need apartments, and that's why I find that real estate in Kenya is very vibrant. In fact, all players in real estate, we are not even scratching the earth. There was a discussion some years back that's going to have a property bubble. All over the media. I was the opponent of the property bubble. Today, I meet the media people, I laugh at them. Because there was no bubble. Right now, people doing real estate, they are selling as quickly as possible because Kenyans have scrapped the visas. People are coming from other East African countries to buy properties where? In Kenya. Go to Upper Hill, go to Lavington, go to Yaya. Go and try to buy a property that is complete. You can't find a single apartment. They are bought when they are on the ground. That's Kenya for you. So if you are here, you are thinking to invest in real estate, don't go elsewhere. Come to Kenya. Daktari, Professor Onkari.
And I was going to say that, okay, and first of all, MC, please give me 15 minutes. This topic is really important. Give me 15 more minutes and we'll wrap it up, okay? Okay, give me 10 more. Okay, good. Thank you. I was going to say, no, the reason why you need to understand taxation, not because you're afraid, but because when you're thinking about return on investment, you need to know what your taxation is. If I am going to be selling a $20 million property and my taxation is 15%, that means about 3 point something is not going to be my money. So as an investor, it's important to know, yes, it doesn't dissuade you from investing, but it allows you to understand what are the other costs that are going to be associated with the investment. And the other thing is that diasporans also, in many ways, they may be looking at comparing. Should I invest in Dubai? Should I invest in Texas, land in Texas, or should I invest in Kenya? And so that capital gain tax is important to know. In the US, capital gains tax is 15%, and it can be 10% depending on income level. And so, okay, that's good to know. That was, for me, in my profession, that's always something of
Sorry,
interest.
I forgot to say something, which is very important. The Kenya government did something very interesting. If you invest in rental income, we were paying 10% before. Now, they reduced to 7.5%.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, yeah, so go ahead
that's
and
what
tell
I was
us
going to say,
taxation,
that
yes.
actually on rental, it has now come down. It is 7.5%.
Okay.
And if you are doing Airbnb, which is still under scrutiny, because there has not been, clear laws about the Airbnb, you will only pay 16% of the VAT.
Okay.
Yes, 16% of the VAT is what you're going to pay. But otherwise, for the rental income, it has gone down to 7.5%, which is a good thing.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then that encourages investment in apartments, and that's really good. So here's a question for you. I invest in a property, in a rental property. I'm in diaspora. How do my taxes get paid? Who is responsible? Will you help me? How does this work? And then in terms of property management, who manages my property? Do I need to go out there looking? Do I need to call my auntie who is going to charge me black tax? Or how do I get my property managed?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. One of the challenges that we have encountered as the investors, I mean, as property people, is a lot of people have been conned, not only by friends, not only by the property owners, but also by their own relatives. So we as soil merchants, we manage the property for you. So you buy, we get you a tenant, and we make sure that that tenant remits the proceeds to your account, not to our account, but we manage that process for you. So there is no way that you are going to be dealing with the client, with your client. It is all merchants who will be dealing with the tenant. So yes, we are doing that sort of management. About the taxes, we are also appointed agents
by the government to collect the tax. So you will not go very far. So we help you to even acquire PIN certificates. We help you to file your taxes. So there will be no problem for you at all. It's all sorted out by soil merchants. So when you invest with us, we manage the property for you, and we also collect taxes on your behalf, and we remit, and we send you everything. Those who have bought properties with us who are here can allude to the fact that, and I think Dr. is one of them, they get updates every 2 weeks. We update people on where we are with the project. We have a very good system whereby we tell people we are now casting 10th, 15th floor. So that's what we do. We are good information and communication.
Fantastic. Awesome. That is really, really good to know. So you don't have to give your auntie kitu kidogo for them to collect rent for you.
No.
After they tell you that that month the rent tenant did not pay rent. Fantastic. That's good to know. Now, you mentioned, you alluded to, some of the challenges we have where, our relatives, our friends, end up helping themselves to our investment money. So I want to direct this question to you all. It brings two issues. Well, one major issue is land grabbing, okay? We hear, oh, you buy land, it might get grabbed. So for those of you who sell land, so I'm gonna direct this to AMG and Optiven, and tell us, how can you help your investor from here prevent their land from being grabbed?
You want me to start?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, we have done land for over 24 years, and what we do is that we fence this land. We have a caretaker in this land, and anybody coming to view, you'll be asked, umetumwa na nani? We don't allow agents to come to view Optiven land. Then we have nice signages, no agents. And that way, for 24 years, people who bought our land, because I've done Diaspora for 10 years now, people who bought land in Dallas 10 years ago, maybe in Victory Gardens, for example, the land is intact. We have a caretaker who cleans it up. We have now people settled there, and the people know this land belongs to somebody, a customer of Optiven. So we also make what we call a common WhatsApp group. If it is Victory Gardens, for example, Kitengela, all people who bought Victory Gardens, including Diaspora, they are there. They talk, they fight, they say what they want to add, and they love it. Right now we have many groups of such, and they are happy. Let me make you smile. This WhatsApp group, they even sell to one another. They say, hey, my plot is number 20, I am selling. How much? 4 million. There and then, somebody else is looking for it. So we have to build communities as Optiven. So once you buy from Optiven, you can be assured your property is safe. Now, in case we pay you back, as we are known to pay people back. We don't hide. Thank you.
Fantastic. Awesome. AMG?
Yeah, I would also answer same as George, that we properties and we have security there at the gate. Yeah, we also have satellite offices, like the properties we are selling, for example, in Nakuru, we have an office there. So those people in that office, they maybe once in a week, they go around and check all the properties that we have, the same as in Nanyuki. Yeah, so no one can grab your property. It's safe. If you want to put your building materials there, you'll find them there. Yeah, they're safe.
Allow me to help those who may not from Optiven or from here. Mm-hmm. This is what I do because I also have properties I bought in non-gated communities. Mm-hmm. I picked all those titles, took them to the bank, do a charge. Once the property is charged, take 100,000. Once the property is charged by a bank, those who are callers who come to do duplicate titles, they can't do it because they do not want to fight with the financial institutions. That's a secret that I have done. I've told many people, and you can save your property wherever it is.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness, that's a good one. Did you all just catch something? That's a real good one. Thank you for that point. I'm going to go charge every property I have in Kenya. Because now I was thinking, do we need to start fencing or what are we going to do? Okay, that's fantastic information. Now, I want to wrap this up with the concept of return on investment, right? And the question becomes, and I'm still within my 10 minutes. I have 4 minutes. We have to answer this in 4 minutes before the MC gets us out of here. So, as your parting shot, I want you to tell me, why should I invest with you? What is the benefit of investing in the products that you have versus any other investments? Because we do know there's treasury bills, there's treasury bonds, there's money markets, there's land, there's all that. So give me, it will be part of your parting shot, what is the return on investment I can expect, and what is the benefit of investing in the products that you offer? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Why invest with Safaricom Investment? For Safaricom Investment, one thing that I would say is that we are able to offer you a variety of options to invest in. By one of them I said is you can become a member, you can buy our land, and you can buy our houses. Our return on investment depends on the investment you're looking out for. That is why we have the money market. The money market enables you to put your money in the investment portfolio, whereby you can be able to earn 10 to 12% as you look out for the investment you're looking at. Maybe if you pick our brochure right now, you'll find where we have land, where we have houses. It might not be your preferred place of investment. So you'll be able to invest in our return on money market. And once you are able to have your money maturing, you'll be able to invest that money in the right investment. What is our benefit of being a member? You earn dividends, you are able to get information about the investments coming up, you are able to get the returns on that investment, and you are able also to take that investment to other portfolio once it falls due. So that is one of the reasons why you should come and invest with us. We also have a variety of products that can suit everybody and every age.
Thank you, Mercy, and thank you for being here. All right?
Wow, quickly, the reason of why you should invest in land investments or real estate is that when you buy land, just like Abraham went out there and bought land from the children of Heth, the best way to hide your money is on real estate, is on land. Number two, once you have that title deeds, you can go to financial institutions and you can be able to secure a loan facility. And number three is the rate of appreciation. Right now, people who know what is happening at coast, they are coming quickly, say, George, Ocean View Ridge Vipingo, I want an acre, quote an acre, half an acre. Because they know once the dwelling of that road from Mombasa to Kilifi is done, the property you are selling at 1.75 million is going to be 6 million. So people know how to do their research, and for us, we have already done research for you. So come quickly. Before I leave Dallas, Mobi, you have something in Vipingo. We retire together with you. Life of opulence. Professor Jeremiah, come quickly, quickly. My friend Jane was already there. So it's possible and doable. And Dongo also is also there. So please, even as you invest in IFBs, make sure some of your portfolio is in land. Maybe next time I'll give you a story of my mother. Next time I get time. How she was not educated, a classroom dropout, and she was investing in land. The time she died 3 years ago, we sold land in Matanya in Nanyuki, 30 million, and she bought it at 300. Over 50 years, she forgot about it, and we ate the money when my mother was in heaven.
All right. If your children you want your children to eat your money, put it in land. All right. AMG?
Okay, I'll give 5 points on why you should invest with AMG Realtors. Number one, we said what we own, our own property. Like I said, we don't broker, we don't sell on behalf of anyone. We said our own property. Number two, which is also a very strong point. Number two, we have 60-day money-back guarantee that when you buy property with us, you'll get your title in 60 days. Failure to, we return back your money. And we also write that in the sales agreement. Yeah, number three, our prices are all inclusive of the title, the legal fees, and the stamp duty. For example, if you come to us and a property in Nanyuki is 300,000, it's all inclusive of the title, the legal fees, and the stamp duty. We won't come asking you for any other money, and that is written in the sales agreement. Number four, we have partnered with DHL. We deliver titles to you, our diaspora customers, at no cost at your doorstep. And also another thing, and that's why we are here, we are also taking title deeds personally delivering the title deeds to our customers. Yeah, we are here for 5 weeks, and that's our mission, to go to every state with titles to meet and greet with our customers. Yeah, number 5, we have a permanent address that is along Garden Estate Road, a very big building called AMG Center. So once you come home, please come and visit us in our offices. It's called AMG Center. It's our own building. So we are not paying rent. It's our own. Yeah? And when you come back home, 10 years later, you'll find us there. Thank you so much.
Finally.
Yes, last but not least.
Last but not least.
ROI, the return on investment. With soil merchants, you will yield a 30% return on investment. What does that mean? The last time I checked with the money market, the yield was about 10%, and if it went more, it was 11%. If you invest in real estate, the yield on capital gain of that property is 30%. And this is proven, tested, and proven. This is something that we have done because this is not the only properties that we have. We have seen people yield. We've seen people follow us. They invest with us when it is beginning, and when it is ending, they sell or they keep, and they have made massive money. So yes, that is one of the benefits that you need to invest with soil merchants. But number 2 is who we are as soil merchants. As I said when we began, this is a family-owned business. We do not, we are a growing family. We are encouraging families to own businesses. We are encouraging families can do it. We want to leave a legacy in our family. But number 2 is also the projects that we have already done. Successful projects, successful selling, and we have done that over the years. But mostly is what I alluded earlier, managing your property. You know, we give payment terms up to 48 months. Why go to the bank and borrow money when we can give you a 0 interest, free payment plan? I mean, only if you really do not understand. But please do your due diligence, and you will be with us. But finally, the best thing that we are also doing, we are putting up holiday homes in Naivasha. You know why it is being called nowadays in Nairobi? It's called, in Kenya, it's called Vasha, Twende Vasha. Naivasha is the real place that is happening. This is the next frontier for Kenya. We have beautiful holiday homes. So if you are looking to retire, we are calling it Clear Lake View. When you are there doing nyamachoma or braai with your peeps from wherever, you will be seeing Lake Naivasha, Longonot Mountains, and you will be very happy to know that I worked hard in America and this is my reward. So Clear Lake View Estate is waiting for you. It's a gated community with the swimming pool, with the clubhouse, with the walk pathway. So you're welcome to invest with soil merchants. This is the real deal.
Lucy is Kisasa, okay? She got her lingo down. But thank you so much, our panelists. I think you all can agree we got a really nice, comprehensive conversation. And we asked the questions that Diaspora have, and they answered them very well. So I think you're leaving here with information that will help you make those investment decisions. So please, let's give our panelists a round of applause. And thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Next time I'll find you. Thank you. Wapigeni makofi. Bwana pigeni ya makofi. Wanaenda kuchukua picha kidogo. You know what you failed to do? At least we had some questions from the audience. I think next time maybe we're going to give chance to the audience. While they are taking the pictures, okay. Yeah. Come and ask your question so that, yeah, go ahead and ask the question. We need your voice because we are recording. Meanwhile, thank you so much to the panel. You have done a wonderful. The much that we did not know, we know. Yeah, the much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ask your question.
Gosh, no taking away from what you've done. I think you've done a wonderful job. But I want to fill out all the...
Legal team, get ready.
Is this thing working? Yeah. Oh, okay, good. So I had a few questions. I think, Madam, you mentioned something about Tattoo City. Okay, so what we've heard is that, I don't know if it's Tattoo City or somewhere else, but that the purchase are leaseholds, mostly around towns, even in Nairobi, I believe. So I wanted to get a good understanding. When you buy in those areas, especially Tattoo City, because I understand the lease term left is under 50 years. So does that mean if I bought land where the lease term is 50 years left, is it still 99 years or is it 50 years that is left on the lease? Because I know there's a difference between a leasehold and fee simple ownership. So that's one that I really would like to know because it's come up a couple of times. And of course, the last time, and you're going to laugh at this, maybe you can help me, and I know a few other people. In Nairobi, I think when they were digitizing the titles, it became so hard to get titles on land that we had already bought. And I happen to be one of those that I'm still struggling to get my title. So on some of the plots that I have there. So I don't know if that's something you can speak to because you guys are the experts in it. So the last one, I think when I spoke earlier, I mentioned about JV options because there's a lot of our people here. Maybe they're not here right now. But that's a subject that has come up on how best we can accelerate investments in real estate in Kenya. And REITs, real estate investment trust, is one option. And I'm wondering if you guys would be open to that. And finally, it's the financing. I don't think you finance, but it's one of those things we would be interested to learn more about. So that's that. I jammed it all in there, right? Okay, thank you.
So you're going to take that Saul, to answer that question. Yeah, only one person to answer that.
Let me answer about the last one, the finance, as I allow my other panelists to respond. About the finance, we as all merchants are offering a zero-rated interest for you to buy apartments with us. But if you still feel that you want to go to the bank, we deal with Kenya Commercial Bank, Family Bank, Equity Bank, Standard Bank, and Cooperative Bank. You will be able to be taken there if you really want to pay that interest. But if you don't want to pay interest, welcome to us. Otherwise, the options for financing are available pretty much in Kenya. It's affordable and it's available.
Thank you. Yes, I think because of time. Yeah,
I can mention something on the lease.
The
David
rest can come out and
actually
only
asked
judge
about
remain.
lease for 50 years. What happens that, for example, people who are buying apartments, you may find that the lease is 60 years, 70 years. What happens that once the lease expires, you have the first right of refusal. So you are given an option to renew, and renew is very little money. But if you don't want to renew, you can donate the land or the house to Optiven Foundation. So it's all on you. And I don't think Tattoo City is 50 years. I think it's 99 years. The same with the people who are doing development there. We are there at Amman Ridge, CIC is there, Safaricom, they are there. It's 99 years because initially the land was for agriculture, and then we did change of user. Once you do change of user from agriculture, you are automatically given 99 years. However, all the counties now, the urban areas and towns, they are now changing that as a matter of constitution, all people doing development, they are being converted into leases of 99 years. So if you really want to buy freehold and maybe do pig farming. You go huko ndani mashinani, lakini sio towns, including my own town, Muiga. They are now doing leases because that is now the new government plan to ensure that they are getting money from investors, which is okay because we are the people to build our nation. As we don't fear paying taxes as Optiven, we are among the top 20 biggest taxpayers in Kenya because we must build our government.
Thank you. Clap for the panel. They have done so wonderful job. To Ben Kibweto, thank you so much for the KDR TV. We can watch you, we see you where you are. And to the viewers, we say thank you, be there, and continue enjoying. To the panelists who are giving some positive information. If you did not come here physically, but visually you can hear us, you can hear these nice views, and you can develop. To Jeremy Ontari, AGR, also to the viewers where you are, you are listening to us, you are more than welcome. At this juncture, as we have the new panel step in, I want you to select like 2 music and stand up. You can use the bathroom. You can stretch, shake your as the new panel is coming in and being led with the Lego team. I want you to stand up, stretch, so that don't want you to fall asleep. Hey, there you go, DJ. Man, DJ, I want to hear the volume. Yeah, shake. Yeah, there you go. I can see that. And the new panel. I want the new panel to start stepping up. And there we go. And I'm here, Alex Inyagwa. If you're watching me, Ben Kibweto all the way from Minnesota. I see you there. So welcome, KDR TV. Thank you. I see you are shaking, talking, sharing. Talking, sharing. We can start to resume. Take your seat. Take your seat. Thank you. Take your seat. Come here 1 minute. Excuse, young lady. Yeah. Yeah, the new panel. Sit. Okay, after this, the legal team, we are going to have our young task who are going to come in. So get ready. And excuse me. Yeah, can we have a seat? Can you come here 1 minute? I want to ask you a question. Tricky, yeah, you. Can we take a seat, please? Thank you. Yeah. Now you have been here. Tell me 2 new members that you met. I told you I'm going to ask you. Tell me 2 new people you met here.
And I met a young lady over there.
We have young ladies here. I need two names. Okay. Thank you. You know, I told you. Oh, you met Nancy? Good, you passed my exam. I'm going to stop you, ask you how many new members you met. Meanwhile, while we are talking like that, we have Patrick Nganga, who is a real estate here in Texas. And I'm going to give him time later to say something. Right now, we are running late. And this panel, the new panel, you are professors. And I know when you're given to go to court, you have endless points to defend your clients. And I don't want to step on your toes, but I know your time has been taken. If I give you 25 minutes, you do your thing, and I want you to spare me 5 minutes so that I can give also the audience to ask you. Because I don't want you to share the podium and you forget about the audience. So the audience are here because you are looking for clients and you have to go on your knees. Even me, I want to become your client. You hear, young lady? Yeah. So at this juncture, I want everybody, if you are behind there, if you are doing take coffee, please, there's coffee, plenty of coffee. And let's respect the panel and your time and your clock. Let me check my watch. You know me, I'm good cautiously with the time. It's 3:38, and I've given you 25 minutes. So you know what I mean here. We bring the young tag. The clock begins. Oh, yeah, I have the other mic here with me. You can introduce them, and you go ahead. This one.
Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Kumbe. Ulikuwa na sabotage hapa kidogo. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Brother Alex, and your hospitality in emceeing this second OVC conference. We are very much delighted to be here. Thank you all of you for being patient to be with us throughout the day and as well as tomorrow. We certainly hope that at the end of the conference, you'll find yourself more enriched than you came. So this is the Law, Investment, and Governance panel. And I know someone said, don't dare give a lawyer a microphone because they may never give it back. But we want to assure you that we'll be as brief as possible, so you'll not be bored with any much. In fact, I will take the cue and the question by Alex that we give time to you, the audience, to ask the questions that are relevant and pertinent to what this conference is about. So we'll do a very brief intro on what we think, we need to share, but certainly more will come from you guys as pertains to the challenges you have, the legal questions you may have in the business that you do. And then, of course, if it extends beyond that, we have our business cards. Please take one of it and always save our numbers on speed dial because you may need it at any time. I want to put a disclaimer. Nothing that is going to be discussed here creates a client-attorney relationship with any one of you. So if you have a real legal issue, please come see us later by making an appointment or go seek legal counsel from a qualified lawyer. Okay, having said that, now as we travel to heaven, my name is Laban Opande. I'm an attorney here in Texas. I've been practicing for about 17 years. Mainly in state law, but sometimes in federal law. And my background is environmental science as well as business, all studied here in Texas. My practice is a general practice, practicing in civil litigation mostly, reducing quite a bit of that. And that has been in aviation law, industrial accidents, motor vehicle accidents, and the sort. But we also do immigration law, and we do business law, as well as family and a little bit of criminal law. We don't like criminals that much, but we love the business people. And my main office is in Houston, but we do have a presence here in Dallas as well. And so I want to give my colleagues here, I will not be fair if I introduce them because I don't know what they want to touch on. So I want to give to my immediate right, my dear sister June. If June, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nzilani June Wambua. I was born in Nairobi, raised in Machakos County, and then I had the privilege to move to the US in about 2007. Currently, I live in the DC area. I am a practicing attorney. My background is in international law and human rights. However, I also practice antitrust law, and how fitting today that I get to talk about investments, being that my background lately has been in antitrust. So I'm excited to be here, and I look forward to having a discussion with all of you.
Thank you, June.
Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Miano. I'm also an attorney based in Dallas, Texas. I studied law, started from Kenya, became an attorney in Kenya, an advocate of the High Court in Kenya, worked with a tax consulting firm called PricewaterhouseCoopers, and then later on went to South Africa, did some bit of immigration law in South Africa. Before I came to the US, went to Pittsburgh Law School, became an attorney licensed in New York, then came here in Texas, and then set up our practice. Our practice primarily deals with estate planning, setting up trusts. We also do immigration law and a lot of business law. I also lead a team called Delta Financial, and essentially we have branched into financial services and getting financial education to the grassroots. So I look forward to this discussion this afternoon. I know we are going to be passing a lot of information so that each and every one of you here gets to learn something new.
Fantastic. Please give them a hand. I realized you guys didn't give me a hand when I introduced myself. I see you're trying to discriminate me here, but it's okay. I know where to get you. Oh, thank you very much. Come now. I knew you got my back. I appreciate that. All right, so this session is really going to be more interactive than anything else. And we want to make the session pertinent to you guys in terms of what you need and what you do. But we are asked to speak about law, investment, and governance. And sometimes, that can be a very wide area in terms of what exactly does that mean. But it's really about how law interacts or connects with investment or business, and then how you govern yourself as a business person, as an investor, even as a human being in what you do. So that's really the essence of it. And I'm so pleased to have these two individuals here, my colleagues, who are also members of the Kenya-US Bar Association. And we have lawyers, Kenyan-American lawyers, all over the country. So if you need to find a lawyer within your area, just reach out to us. We'll guide you and direct you. Sometimes we speak the language that other people cannot speak because we know when you wink, we know exactly what you mean without saying anything out of it, all right? I'm not trying to say we're trying to do anything illegal. But let me start by asking my brother Robert. You're in the financial services. Can you talk just a little bit about, and we're talking about money here, some of the do's and don'ts that investors need to know if they're wanting to start a business, if they're wanting to manage their affairs. And I know that's a very broad question. But if you can just kind of narrow it down, something that is pertinent to these business people in terms of what you can share with them in that arena, the do's and the don'ts, if you want to run a business.
Okay. Yeah, and my discussion will center about legal issues. So number one is setting up your structure right. So when you're in business, the number one thing you want to do is you want to run your business separately from yourself. And I'll tell you in practice, you meet so many people, you have a business, but you can't tell the difference between the person and the business because we are always commingling our personal affairs and our business affairs. You have a business, you have an LLC, you go to a grocery store like Walmart, and you don't have money on your credit card. What do? You use your business credit card. You start now commingling your affairs. So number one is setting up your structure right and keeping your personal affairs separate from your business. Number two is protecting your assets, asset protection. So even when you set up a business, you're going to think about how do you come up with a plan on how you protect your assets even from lawsuits and bankruptcy. And the reason we say that is because when you are thriving, you are doing very well in business, think about that bad day where one lawsuit can bring you down. Because statistics show, by the way, when business, you have a 53% chance of getting sued. The Small Business Administration says 53% of businesses get sued every year. We have 40 million lawsuits instituted in the US every year. And so you want to make sure that you're coming up with a plan on how you protect yourself and protect your assets. How do you do that? Make sure when you're running your business, you have a separate legal entity to manage your business. Number two, protect your assets using things we call trusts. You can create a trust. But even when you have an LLC, you can assign the ownership interest to an irrevocable trust so that you have two layers of protection. The corporate legal person plus that irrevocable trust. Number three, as you make more money, think about how can you extract money from this business in a way that it's protected from bankruptcy and lawsuits. And one of the ways you do that, that's where the financial services bit come into play. For instance, you keep money in annuities, is protected from lawsuits. You keep money and grow money in life insurance, is also protected from lawsuits and bankruptcy under the law in Texas and under the law of so many states in this country.
Thank you very much. That's very, very useful. This is information you would have paid about $500 just to get, and you're getting it here for free, you know. And now let me jump to my sister June. Your background is in international business, and we have people here who are doing cross-border business between Africa and the US, or US and Africa. In fact, we have a brother, Fred, who just traveled from Kenya yesterday, jet-lagged and all, and came here to attend this conference. What is it that you can advise somebody who is wanting to do business across the legal issues perhaps they can be watching out for as they go into new territory or the new countries or a different country with a different legal regime? What would you think you would advise them?
First of all, that's a really important question because this weekend we've been focusing on how people invest back home. And I think it's good to bring it back to how people from home then can invest here. And that's the biggest juxtaposition that we face because, yes, there are laws and rules and regulations that govern any investment that you want to do. However, it's important for us to be very educated and do our due diligence and research when we want to start something, especially if we're coming from that other side of the world to here. And to get to your question, some of the things that we need to know or we need to familiarize ourselves with would be, for instance, the regulatory laws in the country in which you're going to do your business, be it here, be it in another country. You need to familiarize. And it's tough legal language that I'm using right now, but an easier way is for you to just consult a lawyer or ask any business-related lawyer, research person to tell you, oh, hey, help me, I'm trying to start this. What are the laws? What should I look out for? What are my laws as a person? What are my property laws if I'm buying property? Another thing is to familiarize yourself with the investor protection laws, because it's very important to protect yourself, just as you mentioned. It's easier to say, I have this business and I have this formula, but what is your IP protection? Where do you get it from? What is your investment that you're doing? How is it protected? Who are you consulting? Who are the people that you're reaching out to give you this advice? And to say another thing, I would also say that it's important.
It's okay. You'll get it. It'll come back. The point is, if you're going to go do business in another country, you may want to research, and more, there is nothing that happens in a vacuum anywhere. In fact, we as lawyers, we are so pervasive. We are in everything. We come to your bedroom, we come to your office, we come to your school. We are everywhere. So the point is, if you're doing business anywhere, just do your due diligence. Seek legal counsel. Find a good lawyer, like the fine lawyers we are up here. Let us guide you and walk you through. And if we don't, we will tell you where you need to go. Because sometimes lawyers don't know everything. We know most of it, but at least we'll be able to know where to guide you. Once you understand the legal regime, you understand the local regulations, then you'll be able to know how to govern yourself and how you need to be able to do your business. Both if it's dealing with government, but also if it's an issue with consumers, consumer laws that protect the average consumers. All right, let me jump into another question, Brother Robert. This is a little bit, and this is one of those topics that people don't want to talk about, but does it stop you being a foreigner to do business here in America? In other words, there are people here who they don't want to say what they are doing around here, or why they are here, or how they showed up in America, and they're given a lot of different names, undocumented, illegal, unwelcome, whatever you want to call them. But can you touch on whether it matters really in terms of somebody's legal status and the ability to do business here in America?
Yeah, that's a good question. Does it mean that just because you're not documented, can you do business here? Can you do business here? And I like being practical. So I'll give the legal answer and also the practical answer. So just because you're not documented does not necessarily mean that you cannot run your own show. And I say that because I've seen cases whereby somebody is not documented and somebody tells you, oh, you're gonna work for me throughout. So remember this. Ideally in America, for you to work, you need a permit. You need a work permit, right? Now, what becomes practical when you set up a business is a question of, are you going to be able to open a bank account? Those are the practical aspects that you're going to get. If you're not documented, can you be able to go and open a bank account even in the name of the business? Let me mention something else about H-1B visas, because there are people right now applying for H-1B visas. When you have a H-1B visa, a H-1B, by the way, for the benefit of everyone, is a work visa. It's a work visa, allows you to work here in the US. I've seen situations whereby somebody applies for a H-1B, they are tied to one employer, but they decide that their vision in life is to become entrepreneurs. And so what they decide to do is, the law allows you to create a business, only that you cannot be an employee of that business until you transfer your H-1B from your current employer to that business. And so we have done cases whereby somebody is in employment, they have a work visa, they set up a business, build capacity in that business, and then end up transferring the H-1B from their current employer to that new business. Now let me also mention about people in Kenya or other countries who are saying that they want to come and invest here. They want to come and invest here and set up businesses. So you come here, you have a B1, B2 visa, and you have enough money. So the law allows you to apply for something called an EB5 visa, EB5. So long as you can invest $1 million in this country, you can be able to get a green card from it. But let me say that I've done a couple of cases on EB5s. It's the most complex visa, because don't think that you'll just come and show $1 million just like that. You have to document where those funds are coming from. If that money is coming from Kenya, there has to be consistent flows showing that I earned this money in Kenya, I'm coming to invest here, and so I deserve to get that green card. Now, when you bring that money here in the US, you have to show where that money is going to. So don't think like you'll come with your $1 million and just dish it to your relatives here and start small businesses like that. The government wants to see that you actually invested that money in what you call an NAC, and a new commercial enterprise. So you have to do your documentation properly. So if you don't have a visa, you have a B1, B2, you want to invest, you can do an EB5. If you have a H1B, you can always transition by forming a separate business. If you're a hustler, you're not documented, you have nothing, talk to us. Talk to us, and we can help you on how you can transition from being undocumented to becoming documented.
Absolutely. Amen. I told you guys this. In fact, should we start charging? Because I think, we're giving a lot of free information here. Now, The bottom line is, I think, as Robert says, well, first and foremost, you can be able to work, and you should not sit back and hold yourself back and say that you can't do it and therefore you're going to starve and die, yet you can do something. In fact, in this country, the bigger illegal thing to do is to work or make money and don't do what? Pay taxes. That is a bigger sin. Uncle Sam, you can go outside and sell some weed. You can go and do some, but make sure what you get from there, you have to pay taxes on it. That is the biggest sin. In fact, Uncle Sam allows you to apply for a tax ID number even without the social, just so that you can pay your taxes. But if you have an issue in terms of how you need to make yourself legal, and the avenues, whether it's through family-based petitions, whether it's through employment-based petitions like what Robert was saying, then consult a lawyer, an immigration lawyer, who can walk you through and can analyze and see where you fit in terms of your situation. And it's not, now this is the other thing that we commonly do. We consult street lawyers. And street lawyers, you know who those are. Those are the guys you go have a drink with at the bar. Not even briefcase. They don't have a briefcase. They are just at the bar. They are sitting at the bar and they're telling you how they did it on their own. You know me, I did this and this is how it worked. And all those was bar talk. And then now you try to do it. And then by the time you're coming to consult any one of us, you are so in such a big mess. So heed counsel, seek a lawyer, seek proper legal advice in any one of the avenues that you made. And there are many. And even some of us, we may not be familiar with all the avenues that you can use, but if you come, we'll be able to guide you as to where you need to go and what avenue you need to use to make yourself legal. And there's no country that actually loves people who work hard than this country. I can guarantee you that. If you come here, and they call it the land of opportunities and the land of redemption, you can even make a mistake and there'll be a way to redeem yourself. You are not condemned forever. And that's why we love this country, and that's why we're here, and that's why we always want to stay here. But let me come back again to the panel, because I thought for a minute, I thought I was a preacher. And then I remembered we are not in church. Sister June, you talked about antitrust. Can you just briefly talk about that? Because sometimes we have big words that we fail to understand, but we know there are businesses out there that try to monopolize other businesses, that try to take away from what people have been sweating and building up for years, sometimes through centuries. Can you just touch a little bit about your experience and expertise as in antitrust law?
Yes. So my experience really has been here in the U.S., so allow me to just talk about the U.S. in itself. And sure. When we think of antitrust law, I don't know if we've heard of the Sherman Act, or am I going too far deep into technicals? Yes. Right. So, but in very brief terms, it's really to talk about how we can regulate some of the things that people encounter doing business. And that's, for instance, you mentioned monopoly. How do we regulate competition? How do we regulate, or prohibit competition? Or how do we deal with price fixing? Or how do we deal with market allocations? All these things pertain to when you're doing your business, right? Your competitors, how are they allocating this market? Do you have a piece of the pie, or is it just one person in it for themselves? How are you gauging the pricing, or what the negotiations that go into how we can negotiate or fix a price, or competition, how it's taking place, how it's happening? So that's what I mean when I talk about antitrust law. And the good news here is the law is here to protect you guys. It's not to go against you, it's not to harm you, it's not to put limitations, it's really to protect you. So the more you know, or the more you ask for guidance, the better it is for you. That's why they always say, don't say anything, just ask for your lawyer. We will help you.
Absolutely. In fact, with that, we want to make sure before you leave here, you have memorized at least one of us numbers, so that when you go home, this is what I can tell you, and I tell people every time I meet them. If you get arrested and you're detained and you're given one chance to call somebody, don't call your wife or your pastor. Call your lawyer. The pastor can only pray for you, and your wife can only cry with you. But your lawyer will come and get you out and take you home, and then you can go cry with your wife or your husband. And then on Sunday or Saturday, they take you to church to go and pray for you. So the first instance is get a good lawyer that you trust, that you can have their numbers, like my number. Where is Brother George? George, I love him because I like the way. Thank you very much. Now, the technician somehow stepped on the wire. Kuna mtu amekanyaga wire. All right, I think he got it fixed. So what I was trying to say is that please make sure that you have access to a good lawyer, because they'll be able to come out and help you in terms of distress, and especially in this country, really everywhere. Laws work, and they're there for a reason, and so therefore it's just good to be guided. We know if you have a car and it breaks down, you call your mechanic. So if you have an issue, you call your lawyer. If you need to go to heaven, you call your pastor. So we have different callings, and so therefore you have to call the right person to make a call. Now, I wanted to make this an interactive process. All right. And so I wanted to give more time to the audience, because we don't want to purport to think we know what questions or what issues you may have. But again, the disclaimer we made is still alive. The disclaimer we made in terms of there is no relationship between you and us, it still stands. So whatever we discuss, you can take this as a matter of, here are my cards. You can give my cards. No, I have more. You can give everybody who asks a question. And don't worry. I can share. If you ask any one of them, I can give them your number if you call me, and I'll be able to share with you. But I wanted to give it to the audience to ask any questions that you may have, because we thought it will be wiser to respond to specific questions. And we don't have an answer, we promise you, we will research and we'll get back to you. Is that okay? All right. Viva, prepare Viva microphone, Pale.
Yeah.
She has a burning question. Oh. All right. Even the gentleman from St.
I hope she's not asking for divorce.
Don't worry. We do those too.
Well, my question, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. My question is about, for example, we have parents that are living here in the U.S. and have amassed some property and some investments in the U.S. and also in Kenya, and they're getting to senior citizen age. How can you help us to get on the path to help them build a trust or transfer the properties to the children and just protect themselves, so that when they get to the age when they cannot speak or say anything, that the government does not take the property and it's get transferred to the children or the grandchildren in a proper manner? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very big question. I'll give it a shot, then I'll give my my panelists to also respond to that.
Thank God it was a positive question.
Yes. Now, it's good you're asking that question, because one of the things that we don't know, none of us knows, even right now as we speak, is when you're going to die. We don't know. Only God knows. And so therefore, we tend to shy away from thinking about planning for ourselves in the event we are not here. But you can also plan for yourself even when you are here. For example, what Brother Robert was talking about, a trust. You can have a living trust. You can have a trust that you manage yourself even when you're alive. But more so, or at the very least, have a will, which only comes in when you die. Now, a will is a will, all right? It doesn't matter where you write it. You can write it in Timbuktu, in Siberia, in Dallas, Texas. It doesn't really matter. It is about what you want when you die. How would you wish for your estate or for your assets, for your 50,000 acres, for your, gold chain, or whatever it is? How do you want it to be given out to, all right? Now, bottom line is, the issue is only when someone is trying to contest it. That's the fear most people have. I mean, you'll be dead anyway, so don't worry, you'll be dead. The ones who are alive are the ones who are going to be dealing with what the fight is about in terms of that will. And so when that happens, now it goes into, is it a valid will? Did it follow what the law in where your will was written? Does it follow, does it have all the components, the ingredients of what a valid will was? And if it was, the court is likely to say, no, this is exactly what you wanted, before you died. And so that's how it's going to happen. Now, the trust, of course, is like making a management company to manage your affairs, in whether you're alive or dead. And it can be, for as long as that asset is there, but you can define. Of course, there's some things you cannot, the law doesn't allow you to because of public policy. But by and large, you can really say or do whatever you want to do in creating that trust. But let me give my colleagues a stab, to give them a stab or to add on to that. If I know, Brother Robert, that's really your forte. Maybe you're the authority here. You can speak more about what Viva is asking about.
Yeah, usually we recommend like you have a complete estate plan. Even the parents have a complete estate plan. If you are writing, I would say that you write these 6 documents that I'm going to share. 6 documents. Number 1, you need a trust. You need a trust. And the difference between a will and a trust is that a will goes through probate. A will go through the court process. You put your assets in a trust, that is going to avoid probate. It's going to avoid probate. But as my learned friend has said, it's like you're creating a management company for your estate or for your assets. So you form a trust. You have 3 parties. A grantor, you're the owner. You can be the trustee. You can be the trustee when you're still alive. And then you name your kids as the beneficiaries. You can even create a dynasty trust. A dynasty trust, meaning that your assets will pass to your kids and to your future generations. And we are saying that even as a community, we need to think about some of these instruments. So that in future, we're going to be talking about the Ongaki Dynasty Trust. We should not just be talking about the Rockefellers. Snukweli. Yeah, what about if we talk about the Ongaki's Dynasty Trust? Or the Opande Dynasty Trust?
Amen.
That's the first document. Number 2, because I know most of you here have assets in the US and assets in Kenya, you need to have a multi-jurisdictional plan. So a plan that covers both countries. You know why? Because probate law is state law. Probate law is state law. The law in Texas will not govern your assets in Kenya. So you end up with multiple probate processes. And by the way, we have kids here in the US. You leave your assets in Kenya, your kids are going to be fighting for those assets with your brothers in Kenya. And our kids are not mentally tough to fight those people in Kenya. I can tell you for sure. Yeah? Your kid here goes fight with your brother or their cousin in Kenya. Oh my goodness. They're not winning that battle. They're not winning that battle. So the second is multi-jurisdictional plan. Number 3, you need to think about having something called a guardianship agreement. You know why? Because if your kids are less than 18 years old, it's always important to have a guardian. A guardian. So you declare, there's a provision you can make under the law in Texas and say, I want to appoint so-and-so to be the guardian of my kids in the event of my death or incapacity. Guardianship. Number 4, have something called a final disposition. Final disposition. Final disposition means you are even saying where you want to be buried. There's nothing wrong with saying I want to be buried in Texas, I want to be buried in Kenya. But I don't know if you guys have heard about that guy called Mulwa. A guy charged in Kenya called Bakari.
The Pepsi
case, yeah.
Yeah.
A guy from Tanzania ordered the cremation of his body. So you want to avoid such situations, have something called a final disposition. Number 5, have something we call an advanced health directive. Advanced health directive, where you say, in case I find myself in a senile state or vegetative state, or I find myself in an ICU, how do we want that decision to be handled, and who is going to make that decision? And lastly, have something called power of attorney. Power of attorney, by this, not meaning you're appointing an attorney. You're appointing somebody to act for you in case you became incapacitated.
Absolutely. We shy away. You know, one of the things that I think is a cultural thing is that we as a community don't want to talk about these things. You know, nobody wants to talk about dying as if it's the most newest thing. It's just, it'll never happen and so forth. And then when it happens, then we are so shocked, like, huh? So now what do we do? Was there a will? Well, I mean, why didn't you do it? Now, for example, I want to ask this, and you know, you can feel yourselves, you know, the answers to this. How many funerals of our American friends, and I'm not talking about, you know, you and I who are latter-day Americans, but the American friends, how many are you invited to a funeral and there's some drama going on because a lawsuit has been filed and an injunction has stopped the funeral, and now you're waiting to wonder what's going to happen to this? Where have you ever had that happen, you know, here? But back in Kenya, I mean, because nobody planned, nobody said anything, you find a whole complete family showing up at the funeral. A wife with 5 kids, all of them copycats of their father. They're all showing up on the funeral. And they have never said that. Nobody knows, you know, where these guys came from. You know, this kind of stuff that we do. But trust me, it happens sometimes even here. And the only way to do it is if we plan. You plan ahead of time so that you make sure you have everything in place so that when you go, all we need to do is send flowers. You know, in fact, sometimes they don't even say send flowers. They just say make a donation to a charity of your liking. That's what we want to get when you invite us to your funeral. But anyway, I know my brother from, is it Kansas City or St. Louis? You had a question? Where is the MC? The MC slept on the job.
No, I'm not sleeping. I want you to ask a question, but not go to stories. Please.
Okay.
You understand that? Thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much for this chance to, I need to pose this question to you directly so that I can easily just find an answer to it. And more especially, it's going to be a marketing in law. My question is, what are the challenges that you normally face with your business? More especially right now, we're in a One Voice Consortium, and we're trying to harness and just find out what's the common problem that happens. As lawyers, you normally get issues from, legal litigation from Kenyans. What are the common legal litigations that you normally don't find that affects Kenya? Can easily just go and address them directly.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. What are the common legal issues in litigation?
What are the common issues that are facing Kenyans when they come to you as lawyers to handle?
Okay,
yes.
okay. All right. I'll give June. June, go ahead, and I'll come back.
Again, I'll take a bite, and I know they'll help me out because of the Kenya aspect. But part of the big issues that people are facing is, first of all, is the weak, I called it the weak rule of law. And I'm not saying that as a dig to Kenyans. I'm just saying that only to say, yes, there are laws and governance that govern Kenya as a country, but it's the imposing of these laws that tends to go a little wayward a bit. And so it's scary if you want to do a business. entering a market where you don't feel completely safeguarded when it comes to investing. So if there's a thing that Kenya, for instance, can improve on, maybe it would be the weak law setting up, or even the issue of bribery and corruption. And I know this is a big, touchy subject that we don't want to face as Kenyans, but trust me, we do it. Us sitting here, we go there, we know somebody so-and-so who works with so-and-so, and so we try to find ways of circumnavigating the same law that we want to be enforced. We try to find ways of taking shortcuts, and it's fine. If you have a way to get there sooner, it's fine, but a long-term way to doing it, and you don't want to find yourself dealing with legal battles, or your land, for instance, most of us talked about land today, like your land has been sold to 7 different people without your knowledge, you know? So we need to, as investors, as business people, we need to adhere to the laws that are set in place and also be the driving factor for this change. If we don't want corruption or we don't want corrupted laws, we cannot be a part of the same people that are doing these bribery. Oh, nimetoka America, I'll slide you 200 under the table, and can you push my paperwork? Or can you just give me whatever I need? We cannot be part of those people. To effect change and to actually uphold the law as we are here, we need to be a part of the people that are being different when it comes to implementing the law. I don't know if I touched on the business aspects of Kenya, but that's just a burning answer that I had to give.
Robert, and I don't know if, but go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, if I understand your question right, it's what are the legal issues most Kenyans are facing here in the US when they come to us as lawyers? Is that a question? Okay. So I'll say we touched on immigration. That's a big one. You know, I always say that if you are a Kenyan lawyer here, no matter what you practice, you got to know some immigration because they have to come with an immigration question. They have to come in. So immigration is one, and we touched on it. Number 2, I see a lot of probate cases. I see a lot of probate cases. You know why? Because, you know, as we grow, our parents are growing. And, you know, at some point, as Mr. Opande said, there's one thing that is certain, death and taxes. And so we end up with probate cases. But one of the things I've seen in practice is that we have to say no to these GoFundMes and WhatsApp groups that we form. There's no one who formed a WhatsApp group to raise money to pay for OVC, right? No one did that, right? But when people die, when people fall sick, people end up forming these WhatsApp groups. And that's why it's important for even everybody to think about life insurance. Think about life insurance. Now, the third case that I've seen a lot, especially right now because tracking. There are so, like here in Dallas, there are so many people in tracking. So many people in tracking. And the business is not doing well. So I'm seeing a lot of bankruptcy cases. Somebody saying, I have this truck, I have 10 trucks, I'm making these lease payments per month. The drivers have all quit. I need to pay all this insurance. I can't afford it. So what do? I file bankruptcy. I file bankruptcy. And one thing to note here, and that's what we tell you, operate your businesses separately. If you have a real estate business, form a company for that. You have a trucking business, form a company for that. You have another home health business, form a company for that. So that if your trucking business is going down, it doesn't go down with your home health business. So keep your businesses separate and have the accounts that I mentioned, even having life insurance because, you know, you're going to protect your money. The other one I've seen is compliance. Compliance. Because the laws here are tight. The laws here are tight. You know, if you're in home health, for instance, you know, like the government, the state government doesn't joke. So you're going to make sure that you're complying with those laws. And the last one is taxation. Why is that important? Because there are people who want to do cross-border business, right? You are here, but if you're trying to open a bank account with a Kenyan bank, Equity Bank, KCB, they tell you have to complete a W-9, right? Because banks, foreign financial institutions also have to comply with the law in the US. There's a law called FATCA, right? So people want to be very careful. You don't mess up with ANCOSAM. By the way, note one thing. If you're here in the US, you are a green card holder, you're a US citizen, you are a resident in the US, you need to pay taxes in respect of your worldwide income, including the money that you're making in Kenya. But US allows you to get a credit, of the taxes that you pay in Kenya. So US and Kenya are different in that aspect, in the sense that US taxes you on your worldwide income. Kenya, on the other hand, only taxes you in respect of the income that you derive from Kenya. So those are the legal issues that I've seen in practice, for Kenyans who are here in the US. Yep.
In addition to that, we have issues that are coming up lately. I don't know where you got this thing from. And you need to rethink your lives. Divorce cases, family breakups, that also lead to other related issues, domestic violence, which leads to criminal prosecutions, and which leads to substance abuse because of depression, which leads to DWI, which leads to revocation of your driver license. It's a chain reaction. And I don't know whether it's because you're becoming many as an immigrant African community here, but those things are becoming, in numbers. When I started practicing, I hardly ever had any criminal cases from Kenyans or from Africans. Lately, they just walk like everybody else into the office, or someone is calling you. I know we were joking about having a lawyer to call you from jail. But lately, that has been sort of, elevated. And it's hard to, to kind of, because that's not, in my opinion, I still frown. And somehow, it's like in some cultures, it's expected, but when it comes to my culture, I get shocked, because it has happened. But that's the reality of where we are as a community in terms of some of the issues that our community faces. So you all need to change, go to church every Saturday and Sunday, love each other, raise your kids properly, make sure you don't go. Yeah. Professor Kari has a question in.
I know he has a question.
Okay.
And,
are we out of time?
Yeah, because I know we need to end up at 5, and if you look at time, it's like 4:20 something. I gave you 25, and you're surpassed. So I know he had a question. So I'll combine the two questions.
Sure.
And then I give it to you.
And we'll be very brief.
And then you take like 3-4 minutes to answer.
Absolutely.
So, yes. And then we go to the last panelist. Sir, let me give it. He was the first to ask, then I give you, and then you can combine the two answers.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to make sure that we have the opportunity to use the expertise of this wonderful panel to answer this question. As we seek to do business internationally, I have a business here in the U.S. I'm looking to do business with a company in Kenya, or vice versa. What advice would you give to protect the relationship?
Awesome.
Good question.
Awesome.
And then also, you have it.
Thank you. This question is for June. June, I have a daughter. Lawyers scare me a lot, but I wish my daughter becomes a lawyer. Tell me some of the challenges you went through and how you tell my daughter the challenges you went through and how she should overcome those.
All right. So let me answer, because I'm not June, and neither do I have a daughter. So I only have 3 boys. So, that's all right. I'll try and answer Brother Frederick's question. So whenever you're starting a business out of this country, the first thing you want to figure out is, how do you want to operate in that country? All right. In other words, are you going to have a subsidiary of your business, of the entity here established in the foreign country, or are you going to run it as a branch of the business that you're running here? And I don't know if that's the direction you're asking for. But so once you get to know that, and the difference is this: the subsidiary is a wholly owned entity of that parent company here. It'll run itself without any kind of interference, you can still be able to guide, and you can be a director in both, but it's going to be a limited company in that country. So if you're going to set up a Frederick Anderson company in Kenya, so it becomes, you can set it up as a subsidiary of the parent company here. Now it'll have its own board, it'll have its own management, it'll run its own operations, and then you'll have a relationship on how you want it to report to the parent company, as well as also the tax issues that we were talking about in terms of how do you remit the funds, the profits, and how do you pay taxes? And so that now goes into another whole area of international tax and international money transfers and all that. But that's it. Or you can set up as a branch, which as a branch, it simply means that it's the same company that is here that is operating there. But you have to be wary of what does the law provide for in Kenya when you have a foreign company running a branch in Kenya. Most of the time, it's an issue of tax or liability. In other words, who do they hold into account if your company or your branch does something wrong in Kenya? How are they responsible in terms of fulfilling that liability? I don't know if anybody else has anything to add on to that, and if not, June can answer the question about the daughter.
Yeah, I mean, as my colleague has said, taxes is a big role, plays a big role in that respect. And what I mean by that is, for instance, if you're forming a company here in the US and you create another entity in Kenya, know that from a US tax perspective, US looks at that Kenyan entity as part of the US system. So whatever money you're making in Kenya, you're going to pay taxes here in the US under a legal regime called GILTI, Global Intangible Low Taxed Income. You're going to pay those taxes in the US, but they'll give a credit to whatever you paid in Kenya. That is the first consideration. The second one, I'll say, and this is something I've seen in practice. I've seen a situation whereby Kenyans here in the US, they go and form a company in Kenya, and then they're operating from here in the US. So they're just complying with the the Kenyan law, not knowing that there could be some legal implications here. What do we mean by that? If management and control is exercised in the US, the board of directors are here, the shareholders, for instance, are here, and that's what I see in practice, and you are incorporated in Kenya, you are part and parcel of the US tax system. US looks at that company and say, oh, this is our kid, because all the leaders, the management and control is being exercised in the US.
And before June answers, one other thing that I wanted to say, and it's a warning to all of us. America has a law that is called Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. That law follows you wherever you sleep. So if you sleep in Timbuktu, it's with you. If you go to Siberia, it's with you. It follows you as a US person doing business in a foreign country. So don't go and start doing what they do, in terms of, in Kenya, lawyers have this thing called facilitation fee, which I have never understood what that facilitation is. And it's accepted. I mean, it's there. You actually bill for it. You bill facilitation fee. Now, you and I know what that means, right? Because there's some things, your land registration will not happen in the Ministry of Lands because there was no facilitation, all right? Now, but they don't tell you they went to bribe, the person to move your file. But the point is, don't try and engage in some kind of malfeasance as a US person, whether as an individual or as a company in that foreign country. Here, we will bring you to book, we'll bring you to account, even though there was no direct harm. You'll have harmed us by your integrity. You'd have lowered our integrity, so we'll be very upset about it. But let me give it to June to answer the other question. Go ahead.
The challenges that I faced, right? You want all of them or just a few of them? I'll start by saying that from a little girl, I knew for a fact that I wanted to work in law. I didn't know how or when, but I knew that's what I wanted to do. Because my mother would tell me, you could argue for Africa. I mean, I tried, but whatever. Anyway, my journey starts when I move here, because that's where most of my schooling is. And even to mention stuff like my accent, it was so strong. I'm from Machakos Ndani, yeah? So speaking and people are listening to you and all they can say is, huh? It's quite annoying. So, huh? Like every 2 seconds. But to get to your point, I'll say this. If that's what she's determining to do, the determination in itself is the motivation she needs. to get wherever she wants to go. I'm not gonna lie, it's a tough field. And again, it's not even overly populated by women, and especially not many women of color actually tend to go there. So if she has the determination within herself, that's enough to propel her wherever she wants to go. She's going to face school challenges, or the long studies, or the coursework. All those things are things that she'll encounter, but they're all doable, because guess what? I've done it, they've done it, it's so doable. So for me, if I were to tell my little self, would I still do it again? Yes. How would I do it? I'll do it the same exact way. But this time I would make sure that I have people in place that would walk with me. That was the biggest thing that I didn't have. My family and most Kenyans, when they come to the US, this is very general, I don't know if it's a true statistic, but they do a lot of nursing, right? I'm surrounded by a lot of nurses and doctors in my family. There was nobody who did the legal field. In fact, I will go on and say I'm the first one to break through that, right? So I didn't have many people that I could ask. I didn't have people who paved the way for me. And majority of what I did was a lot of trial and error. But I knew that I needed to run to my counselors, to any lawyer I saw, to anybody that I thought had the know-how to pave the way and make it just a little bit easier for me. So yes, seek advice. For goodness sake, just as we're saying, seek us lawyers. Seek advice for whatever you want to do. It makes your work way easier.
Let me add on to that, even though it's a June question. I don't mean to be walking into other people's questions. But I think there's a few people who have talked about mentorship, you know, and being able to guide our children, our kids into certain fields. Sometimes they're lost, they don't know. So sometimes they may not have that desire, they don't know what they're doing. So you can guide them based on how you see them. And if law is what you think, they may be able to, because they argue all the time. They say lawyers, you know, that's how you know a lawyer is in the making, because they're arguing and debating everything in the house. So you can guide them. But more so, for those who have made it to a certain level, we have a moral duty. We have a moral obligation to reach out, give a hand to the next person. In our office, we have an internship program for a high school kid and a law school kid every summer. So we have one kid who is in high school and then a student lawyer. Sometimes it's not a Kenyan, but we discriminate first Kenyan, then we go to African, then we go to American, you know. So that does create a platform and a chance for somebody to get to see. The reason for the high school kid is then they're able to see, is this something that I want to, you know, I want to pursue? Do I want to pursue law? And they can come and they say, no, this is not for me. And that's okay, but they got the exposure. Or they come and they like it very much. Now it formulates what they want to do. It narrows down the scope of where they want to go. Those in law school, they come and they're able to see the practical. You know, law school is a lot of theory. There's a lot of reading. But in an office, sometimes that theory doesn't apply. You never taught some of the things in law school. And then thirdly, for some of us who run a practice, it's actually a business. So it's not about only just going to court, but it's managing clients, it's managing the community, it's managing receivables, it's managing accounts, it's a business that you're running. And so those interns are able to come and learn and see or be mentored on how to do business as a practice. Because you can be a very good lawyer litigating in court, but you're a horrible business person who doesn't make any money, and you can't go far if all you're doing is putting people in jail or out of jail, but now no one is giving you money. Or if the money you are getting, all of it is spent before Friday comes, you know, so you're just on a revolving door. So with that, I think we want to respect Mr. MC's time. We want to thank all of you for being so patient and listening to us. Thank you. Hopefully you enjoy. I'll give 30 seconds to each one of them to give their closing remarks, and then with that, we'll hand it over to Mr. MC. Mr. Miano, 30 seconds to close off. Okay. MC alikuwa ameonya akasema he gave instructions, firm instructions, so we'll answer there. But go ahead.
Yeah, so this has been awesome. So what I would ask is, if you're in business, whether you're in business or not, you need to think about asset protection. You need to think about how you can form a trust. And our legal practice is happy to help you with that. If you also have assets in Kenya, or you want to do business in Kenya and the US, we have an office in Kenya and an office here in Dallas. So we are very happy to help with setting up businesses, also coming up with an asset protection plan, including the estate plan that I mentioned. Thank you so much. This has been awesome.
June?
Huge privilege for me to sit here. So thank you so much for welcoming me and for giving me your ear. Again, if you need us, please call us. Don't be shy. However, next time, mkono mtupa ulambwi.
Thank you, all of you. I want to say it's been such a pleasure to have you here to listen to us. It's something personally I enjoy. But if you need more information about us, the Opande Law Firm, you can go to our website, just Google it, opandelaw.com, or you can read my number, which I'm willing and ready to give. By the way, I answer calls even 2 a.m. in the night. I'm like a pastor who will pray with you at that moment of need. 713-446-6339. That is actually my cell phone number. I'm so not worried about sharing it. But if anything, please, before you make your next legal act, consult a lawyer. Doesn't matter whether it's us here, but just consult legal counsel. Thank you so very much, and I hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Opande and your team. Just before you stand up, we were longing for this, and we were looking for this. Just having 3 of them here, it's remarkable. Can you clap for them? Kenya is growing, and the community is growing. When we come here, we start from the lowest. We start from there, we're washing the dishes. After washing the dishes, you climb there, you fold the clothes. After folding the clothes, now we are getting that, isn't it? And we are getting this. And thank you for the lady. And the problem you have with the parents from Kenya, they are struggling. You are going to be an engineer. You are going to be a professor. You are going to be a doctor. You come as I finish that. You come here so you take the picture together. But let them have the freedom to choose. And thank you so much to our president, who is here. They're taking a picture. We have our president, Robert Curie, our vice president, Jacob, and the director of administration, Dr. Jeremiah. They are with us here, and they are taking pictures. And today, thank you. While they're taking pictures, I'm looking forward to the media. And we have Ben Kibweto, KD, RTV. We say thank you for streamlining live. We say thank you to you. And to Jeremiah Ontari, we say to AGR, thank you. As to the panel sits down, we say thank you to each and every person. You are doing a wonderful person to be here. We need the young Turks who are here and everybody to come in. So we are almost winding up, and I want them here so we can proceed. Before we do that, DJ, one music to reflect, use the bathroom and come. DJ is doing a good job. Let's go, keep on doing DJ. And to the young Turks, come in please. Parents, please, you need to listen to your young ones. You don't want to send them here the next time they don't want to come here. To those who are watching to the live stream, I say thank you for paying attention. This is a live, educative, social, spiritual, physically fit for you and mentally. Welcome, enjoy listening as we welcome the youth on the stage. Even the young lawyer, you're still a young Turk. Can you come back here? Is she there too? Thank you. The youth are coming. Amen. We are the youth. Step back. Step back there. What's your name? Huh? As if you are watching, these are our youth. We are having the last discussion with our youth in the community. And they're going to share. Hey, from Kenya, directly from Kenya. I know you're not invited, but we need you here. What's her name? Reverend. We need your daughter all the way from Kenya as a youth. Yeah, clap for her. So she can give us double standards of Kenyans and Americans youth. Thank you so much. DJ! Yeah, you can take this. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. On the stage, we have our young people, and they have their own view, how they can move Kenya and how they can move America forward. We have done our enough. We are multitask, we have different projects, but with them, that's not what they think. They're thinking how they can just cut the cake and eat it and enjoy. So I request each and every person who is standing to sit down and pay attention, and those who are in the hallway to come. I want us also to be respectful for our youth and listen to them. We can't leave the hall empty and we are busy in the hallway. I'm coming there. I'm going to command you to come back in so that we can listen. And we have our beloved youth, both from Kenya and here in America, gracefully, elegantly, ready to tune in and be there for us.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, panelists. How are y'all feeling? Good. Hi, everyone. How are y'all feeling? Hi, everyone. How are y'all feeling? Awesome. Well, thank you for this opportunity for the young people to sit here and have a conversation. Because the day has been so long, what we're going to do is we're just going to have a conversation, because when you look around the room, you are seeing that there seems to be a gap. And so, young people, we were talking and we were discussing, and we want to have this as a dialogue where you also ask us questions, and the young people pose questions to you all about the gaps that you see, so that way we can see how we can bridge these gaps as we continuously have a multi-generational world, right? So today our conversation is going to be about breaking barriers and bridging gaps. And so I'm going to give my panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, say what they do, and then we're going to start the questions. So starting with you, Mobek.
My name is Mobek Wycliffe. I live in Wichita, Kansas. I've been in the U.S. for about right now. Can I just start where I started? Went to school too? Oh, my professional career is business, marketing, and branding. I went to the University of East London, United Kingdom, and I've worked everywhere in Kenya and here in the United States. So I'm just so happy to be here and engage with you. Whatever that you questions have, we just want to have a dialogue so we can just give you the connection that you guys want. We really want to know that you haven't seen in OVC for the first time. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Right. My name is Caroline Gasheru. I am from Soil Merchants Property Developers. My background is actually media. I'm an e-media expert. I used to work at WPP Scan Group, which is the largest East Central and Africa media advertising agency. I then joined the family business to take it to the next level. And so I work in as the head of finance and operations. And so just flew in from Nairobi to market our properties. And so I'm very happy to be here and happy to plug into the conversation. Thank you.
I'm going to skip over because I think I just introduced myself not too long ago. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Nzilani June Wambua, born and raised in Kenya, and I live in D.C. now, and my family lives in California. I'm an attorney in D.C.
Good evening. My name is Carol Maina. I am your child that was sent here in the U.S. when I was 18. I've lived here 20-something years. I did not disappoint my parents, so at least I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Biology and a minor in Chemistry. I don't do anything in that. Science is in my head, but business is in my heart, so I'm an insurance expert. I own an agency, Integrity Insurance Benefits. I've been in that field for 15 years now, and we operate a virtual agency. We are licensed in 17 states currently. We have helped thousands of, let's say 90% of my clientele is Africans, 10% is everybody else, but my passion is to change the financial trajectory of our community. And I am a transitional generation person, so I'm not in the young people and I'm not in the older people. I'm just a transitional person, and I understand the gap and I feel the gap that needs to be filled, especially in the financial field.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Carol. She has helped me there with insurances. My name's Priscilla Washira, so I wear quite a lot of different hats. Of course, proudly a Corino, but I'm also a professor at UNTHSC, doctoral candidate, licensed professional counselor, and also the community engagement coordinator for WIA. WIA is a financial technology service, and so our goal is to help underrepresented communities, immigrants, and so forth, be able to access banking services. So I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And so we're just gonna jump in and have this conversation. Are y'all ready? Okay, so starting with Priscilla on that end. You talked about being in education. What are some of the gaps you see when it comes to education, whether it's here or in Kenya? And how can generationally, how can we bridge that gap so we can support our young people?
So I would say, number one, we know that Kenya has a large population of youth. And so my siblings actually started a nonprofit foundation called Youth Engagement Society. Why did we do that? Because there are youth in the rural areas of Kenya who will never be able to sit in front of Mr. CEO of Optivin here, or even Carol, and be able to understand that these are the gifts that I have. That's where I need to get to, right? So the Youth Engagement Society is a forum where we bring students from the rural parts of Kenya to Nairobi and give them those exposures to CEOs, to professors, to counselors, because they may just have a pizza slice, a percentage of what they think they want to do. I believe somebody here said it, be a doctor, be this, but what if they have a passion to be a lawyer, but they don't know how to put that into words? So mentorship is a big gap to fill. And now facing in the US, looking towards Kenya, I think what we're doing here is part of the piece, is being those voices to where we can tell young people, young Kenyans that, hey, this is how you begin to make change and be that bridge, is to be able to sit on panels, to network, go get the education. If you don't know how, have somebody mentor you. And how do you do that? Well, there are community spaces. That's another conversation. I'm sure we'll touch on that. But how do we get the best bang for our buck when we gather here? If we look around, we are the young people today. But how do we get them into the room, right? It's to be able to create conversations just like this. So if we're looking at Kenyan students facing in the US towards Kenya, I think also exposure. Not just saying that you're born Kenyan, you need to be able to speak Swahili, you need to eat this, you need to do that. Take them to Kenya. Find a way to create those spaces to engage with Kenyan youth, because there is that disconnect of a youth in Kenya versus a youth from the US. They're just gonna look at each other and say, well, I don't even know how to begin a conversation with you. Why? Because exposure on either side has not been created. But I believe us sitting here and many other youth that are around the world that are Kenyan, this is our time to rise up, to amplify the voices of those. There may be that student in Machakos who has seen an interview on YouTube, but is wondering, how can I become a CEO of Optiven? Or how can I become the next lawyer, the next Chimamanda Ngozi? How can I do that? And so, once again, those are the gaps and how they can be filled.
Thank you for sharing that. That's an important point, right? Creating spaces for exposure and actually bridging that gap. So, Carol, you're a financial guru. I like your passion when you're introducing yourself. What are some of the gaps that you see financially, particularly for young people? Because if young people are supposed to get here where they can invest, what's the gap and what are we missing, right? Because we are sitting in the room today and we're talking about investments, but also why is it that we're not seeing a lot of young people in the room? So could you talk to us a little bit about that?
You know, I love talking about finances. The number one gap is education, financial education. So growing up, like you said, we were told, go become a doctor, a lawyer, all this. But you go back and ask parents, how many of you have sat with your children and discussed finances? If anything, most of our parents would say, we don't discuss those. And so we grew up in a generation that wasn't taught about finances. And when we go out looking, well, when I was in college, internet was not free. It wasn't what we have today. So I didn't have the privilege of just going to Google stuff. I've had to learn everything from books. But now the younger generation has access to internet. Our parents did not. And there's that disconnect. They can't understand how you can just Google stuff and learn those things. So education is just one of those things. Mindset is another issue. Sorry, but I'm just going to call you older. But the older generation, people with money, have worked so hard to earn that money. The younger generation just wants this money without putting in the work. And they have this culture of, I just want instant money. And so they'll go create a TikTok video and hope it gets 1 million views and they become a millionaire, because that's what they think it takes. Right. But it takes a lot of discipline to actually be financially free. It takes a lot of discipline to even make and keep money. That's why you will find even the younger people, they will make money, but they blow it on the weekends. Financial planning. So because we did not discuss those things growing up, and I'm not blaming our parents, it's just, it is what it is. But because we did not discuss financial planning, so every time I sit and ask even people in my generation as a transitional person, I ask, do you have a budget? Do you know how many households operate without a budget? 80%, not just Kenyans, period. People don't even know how much they spend on food in a month. Food is going to be your biggest budget, but we don't even have a budget. How much do you spend on gas? Do you even look at how much you spend for women? They love shopping. And so because you bought a good shoe, I want the shoe and I'm just gonna buy it. So we're just not planning. So those are gaps. At some point, we have to actually come to it and understand we need to do something. We can't keep blaming our parents for not doing right by us financially in an age where we have the internet, we have free education. We have to do something as the younger generation to do our part, but also the older generation has to accept they didn't do their part in helping us bridge what we are going through right now.
Thank you for sharing that. And just an add-on question to that, how can our parents or the older generation start having these conversations at home? At what age do you advise for these conversations to start happening at home about money?
So my daughter is 4, and we are starting to talk about money because she will ask for things, and I said, do you know how mommy got this? And she said, she just got it. I said, no, mommy goes to work, and mommy makes money, and that's how I can afford to buy you these things. So now when you ask her, she will ask, mommy, are you going, because my office is upstairs in our house. She will say, mommy, are you going to work? I say, yeah. Are you going to make us money? I say, yeah. And then she says, daddy is a doctor, so daddy makes a lot of money. I say, how did you know? She said, because doctors make money. I said, yeah, but we don't blow money. So I'm starting at 4. She's 4 years old. I wouldn't say that she's too young. Because at some point, she needs to understand she has the privileges that a lot of us did not have. So I will say 4 because I've started at 4.
Thank you for sharing that. That's important. Moving on to Nzilani. Yes, Nzilani, let's talk about culture and young people contributing to culture now and being a part of building this culture and reshaping culture, right? How are young people contributing ideas and perspectives? And why is it important for us to communicate that to the older generation so they can invite us to these spaces so we can make meaningful contribution?
That is such an excellent question. Thank you. The Kenyan youth or the Kenyan American diaspora are the active and the most dynamic agents right now for creating this reshaping of the culture and reshaping of the norms and traditions that we're used to. I'm sitting to 2 people that are saying we need to plug them in more, right? The advantage that we have is that the youth right now, we have the hybrid identity, right? We were born and raised in Kenya. We have experiences from there, and then we live in the United States, so we have experience from here as well. So the thing now is to combine those 2 experiences and see how we can shape ourselves into implementing these things that we want to implement, right? For me, some of the ways that I see the youth getting involved would include stuff like advocacy and I said advocacy and activism, right? There's a lot of shift when it comes to what the youth want and how they're going about it. They're no longer shy or standing in the background waiting for someone else to implement that change. They're going for it. They're running after it. They want this. They want to know more about businesses or investing. They're running for it. I think the only gap is that the generation before us did not, when I say did not do a good job, please, I'm using it very loosely, don't come after me, didn't do a particularly good job in raising leaders for tomorrow, right? We come here in the US, they work so hard in Kenya. Right. They come to the US where they work even harder, right? Because a lawyer in Kenya isn't going to translate here in the US right away. Right. And so our parents have worked so hard. But the misstep here is that they did not put those qualities as well to us, the next generation, as leaders, not knowing that they are phasing out, right? The tip is tipping. Now it's 51%. The youth is coming up. And I'm glad that they get into these activisms, right? Or even the cultural exchanges. Now, when you look around, there's a lot of fusion within the young generation. We're pushing to you people. Our music, our ways of life, our dressing, our preservation of our culture. We're trying to push it to you so you can see it, so you can accept it, so you can accept us, right? The biggest gap, we said that there aren't a lot of the youth in this group. And why is that? Because at some point we felt not accepted. Like maybe we weren't trusted enough, or maybe we didn't show our own responsibility to earn that trust, but now here we are. We're pushing it to you guys. We want to be included. We want to be part of these conversations. We want to be part of investing back home or them investing back here. And so the shift is happening, and it's happening quite quick.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's really good. Yeah, and how do you see spaces like this being meaningful to young people? How do you think young people can plug in?
There's a lot to gain from here, right? I was a part of OVC last year. I was just a member. Somebody invited me, a guest. And then today I'm sitting here trying to advocate for the same things that I saw back then that I want to be seen, right? So there's a way for us to get involved because there's so much we can learn. Just being here today, I learned so much about investments, land, buying properties, real estate, all those things. I'm about to learn about education. I'm about to learn about insurance and businesses and talk of money. All the things that I don't think I learned in a classroom because we're not taught how to manage our monies in classrooms, right? And I also did not learn from my parents because either my parents were high savers, so we couldn't buy anything. We didn't even know McDonald's existed because we couldn't go out to eat. Or they were frivolous spenders, right?
Yes.
Where we never saw the other side of this is what you can do with your money. You can put your money in this 401k, or you can do this investment, or you can put it here. So here we are, and we want to learn. And being in this space, we will learn.
Yes. Thank you so much for that. That's a good point, that young people want to be seen, heard, valued, and included. So I hope y'all are listening and paying attention. Please remind me your name. Caroline. Thank you, Caroline, for joining our panel. So you're going to bring for us the perspective from home. What are some of the things that you're seeing as gaps for young people back at home, especially when it comes to them growing professionally or in terms of entrepreneurship?
All right. So from a Kenya perspective or Kenya landscape, for our youth, I think we're facing three major problems. One, we don't have mentors, or rather we're not looking or actively looking for mentors. We have become a youth society that is very lax, that is very, especially with a growing middle class society, where the youth is very lax. You know our parents, you're waiting for your parents to die so that you can inherit money and sell it off. And so we're just sitting and waiting. And so we're not actively... Mom, I'm waiting for you to I'm waiting for No, I'm joking. So yeah, we've become very comfortable in our own spaces. So what do? You do the bare minimum. You go to school, you get good grades, if at all you do, and you either go work in your father's company or you sit at home. So we're not actively looking for mentors, and then we're not actively hustling, you know. Fine, the economy has really given us a run for our money. It has slapped us in the face. But that doesn't make us not be resilient as youth. If anything, I think this government or this season that we are going through in Kenya should really heighten the resilience of our youth. And I wish, and I hope and pray that our youth back at home can look at this in a different perspective. Remember when Ruto was coming into the government, he was saying, hustler nation, hustler nation. We've been slapped with taxes. We've been slapped with so many things. So what have we done? We've just taken a back seat and we're like, you know what? Let's just let the wave ride its course. But I think we need to be very resilient. So we're not looking for mentors. We're not actively hustling and going out to just work hard. We're waiting for it to come to our laps. I think the other thing is also, we need to look at it from a global perspective. We are lacking the global outlook. So what has happened is that we have been constrained and beaten as a society in Kenya. And so we are refusing to look outwards to what are you guys doing. When I listen to the lady sitting here, I mean, it is a challenge, even for me, to be able to just open my mindset on a global perspective. And so I think we have a big challenge in Kenya for the youth, and it's an opportunity and a space for you even as people living in the US to try and mentor people back at home. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Caroline. So you're talking about mentorship being a need, and so when it comes to our leadership, particularly our leaders, how can they take that as an opportunity to resolve this hopelessness that seems to be amongst our youth? Because when you're talking about taking a back seat, are you implying that there's this like looming hopelessness that's going on? So how can our leaders step in and support our young people so they can jump back in?
I think it's just giving them an opportunity or a space and telling them, guys, we are not enclosed. We're not shutting you off. We are open. Come and sit down with us. One of the things my parents did, especially for us, because we're trying to create a generational business. My father is a traditional Kikuyu man, and so the buck stops with him. But we have softened his heart. We have softened his heart to open up, to be able, because he's been in the business for over 30 years, you know. So we can only learn from him. He's the first exposure to us. So he's broken his walls to allow us inside. And I think for the leadership, that's what they need to do. Open up and let people come in and inspire them, motivate them to move ahead. Yeah.
That's really good. Thank you so much. Yes, provide that guidance for the young people so they can show up. Thank you. Mobek, what do you see is a gap for spaces like this where there's meaningful conversation, right? There's opportunities. So a challenge to OVC. What can OVC do to create that space for young people to start taking space, as Caroline said?
Thank you. I'm not sure you're ready for this, right? This started actually last year when I met a lot of people in this room last year when we were in OVC, DC actually. I met each and every single person who's in here. We're beginning with the Dr. Shiori, Dr. Washiori, George, and everyone else actually. Even Joan, I made sure she's here today. Actually, I had a 5-minute conversation outside DC, the hotel that we were doing the One Voice Consortium. I remember back then. And then I asked him, honestly, we just were left out. What happened that we could not even say a thing? And Shuri was like, okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, you for sure, you guys were never, we were never seen anywhere. But he promised me actually. He said, when it comes next year, I'll make sure there is the youth, young professionals who are going to at least represent the young people. And yes, today we see the panel that we already have here, which is a really an achievement.
Active change, active change.
Yeah. So actually, let me just tell you one thing that we need to understand. We need to really, first of all, establish where did we come from and how did we start. Not each and every single person can be a business person. If we're starting business, we need to establish who's going to be running your business. There's human resources involved in here. If you have a business, you have employees. A while ago, I was challenging Dr. Washiori. Dr. Washiori, yeah. I told him, one day, Optiven is going to outgrow you. He told me it's already outgrown me. He accepted that. I've been to his office. I've met most of these CEOs. I've had conversations with them, and I've challenged them in a bigger way, actually. And what is happening right now is everybody's building silos and all that. Because if you see behind me here today, it's all about marketing. Start from the left all the way to the right. And the only way that you can connect with the young people, first of all, is just through demographics and psychographics. Let's first of all understand the data. What does these people need? Is they under the consumer watch? What do they like? First of all, what is their fashion? What they align themselves with? Some of us over here, we have children. My daughter today was challenging me, first of all, and I was surprised actually. And then she was like, who do you like listening to? I said, Chris Brown. He was like, it's too old. I was like, too old, Chris Brown? I mean, yeah. I've been listening to him for like forever. It's just a young person, even he's younger than me. And then I was like, if you say Chris Brown is too old, that means like, that clicked in my mind. I was like, okay, it's that time. This person already made an assumption about what exactly is happening. Yeah. So how can we open for those kind of people? Some of us, we didn't come from a family whereby our parents did business. Our parents are civil servants. They just walked out their way through employment, retirement, home. What happens? They turn around, you become now the person who's just leading them. So what happens? That's now building a silo of becoming employees or in human resource. You will never get an opportunity for you to get a way that you can start your own business because you never had a background of business. But let me tell you something. OVC, this is One Voice Consortium, is just one platform whereby if it's just if it's trusted into the young people to drag the other young people to come over here so it can become like a process, a stage. Everything has to go with the stages actually. It can never just span everybody wants to become like Optiven CEO. It's not gonna happen like that. It's a process. So steps, one step at a time, and then one person bringing from this can just tell, hey, you can become a business person or you can become a very good employee. Because people can easily become very good CEOs or whatever. They're able to give into that community in that way. So first of all, we have to encourage the process of what exactly that is happening. And then from there, we make those people that are interested. Another thing that I need to add on into this again. So when we do our marketing, when we do all these kind of things, what do we go for first? Because you see this space today, we were just trying to harness from all parts of social media platforms which are already existing, right? The world is changing into AI technology, right? everything is going to phase out. Probably next time you won't even have a chance to, because COVID taught us this, that you can never even have someone to be in an office. You can even do anything virtually. So do we factor all those things? First of all, the youth taught us a lot of things. When I was looking at Kenya last year, 2 years ago when we had COVID, they were the ones who were running the country. But we don't give that to them, because most of our parents never used to use a computer. It's very possible. You see someone just touching a laptop, it's just taking like 10, 20 minutes to even type a simple letter, you know. But do we give it to them? No, we do not. So what we do is this. Let's try as much as we can. First of all, grease their wheels to be a part of this kind of expos. Once they move into this expos, they learn something. Don't hide your children at home. For those who are watching, when you see these kind of things that are coming next to you, and you just want to build business, brands, and all that, it doesn't come so easy. You have to identify your product. You have to identify your consumer at the same time. So I think that's my 2 cents into it.
Yes, thank you so much for that response. You're reminding us to understand what the young people like, what they are into, what they're doing, and that's how we're going to go to those spaces and get their attention and invite them in. So thank you so much. I hope everyone is listening. So now that we've had the young people and the young people are sitting here, we're going to turn this question to you all. What are the gaps that you all are seeing when it comes to working with young people? Because particularly I work for Texas Department of Transportation. Right now, at this moment, we have all the generations in the workplace at the same time. And whenever I go around doing trainings, I hear this same conversation all the time. The older people don't want Gen Zers to come to the workplace. They feel like they're lazy. There's all these like tags and pools of who's a hard worker, who's not, who's lazy, who's not. And so we want to hear from you all. What do you think are the gaps? Okay, we're going to start there and then we'll come to you. And as they ask the questions, feel free to respond.
So, question. When I teach students in class, I always tell my students, by end of the day, by end of the semester, you're going to learn that you would learn more from among us than yourselves than you would learn from me. So, question for you guys. So there's this gap between, for a while we talked about the girl child, but then there is a gap now between the girl child and the boy child. You can see what's happening on the stage. We have more ladies with great promise, with only one guy. And this is a reflection of what's happening in our society. Based on what you know, what do you think you can do to fill that gap?
Who would like to answer that? Okay, go ahead, Carol.
I'll answer that because it's a question I asked my dad a couple of days ago. I just came back from Kenya. And I'm sitting with my dad and I asked him, what is happening to the boy child? Why is it that our generation, more women and more girls are building? And his answer was, our generation, now my dad's generation, we were lazy. And we brought up lazy guys, and they're not stepping up. And then your mothers were brought up by a generation that told them, you need to step up. You need to get educated. You need to work hard. So your mothers taught y'all to do all these things. But we laxed, and we figured, I'll just go get a shamba, and I'm just going to pass on inheritance. And now, that generation of now our brothers are having children, and they just don't know what to do because the gap is too huge. So it's a matter of educating now the boy child, because there's nothing we can do about our father's generation. They're done. If they were lazy, they were lazy. We see a lot of all you successful men. But now that we can fix your generation, it's time we start fixing our brothers, our husbands, so that they can change our children. If we don't do it, this is going to happen more and more.
Wow, that's great. Does anyone else have
And
something
not
to
only
say?
that, why ladies like you are more successful in America, just don't live in Kenya, but here. But our men, young kids who are here, they're not that way so successful. They're caught up with the DUI. They're ending up in jail. They're incarcerated. They cannot marry because you are more educated than them.
Okay.
I think another thing we need to touch on is, so my background is in counseling and looking at cultures from a public health lens. And so we know that behaviors are passed down. But as much as we are arguing that yes, the generation did raise up a group and a type of men, I think we also need to highlight the aspect of fatherhood figures, right? Because we can't fault a son who the generation, there's just this unfortunate aspect of there's never a father figure. So now they go out into society and they're going to mirror what they have seen. So there's also an aspect of cultural perspective, right? And then when you're touching on the DUIs and going to jail, I think another aspect is creating productive spaces like we're doing now. The sad thing is you will see a community gather to commemorate a youth who died by suicide or by alcohol, but then there's no output of how do we stop this? So are we becoming comfortable in the grief and it becomes a common behavior? We show up at Mombolezi, we do this, we move on. Oh, that's a normal thing. We gather together, we do this. But like you're saying, there's not that output, right? How do we stop this behavior from happening? And so when we look at cultures from a public health lens, the only way to stop these generational cycles is to actively amplify voices, create those safe spaces and say, hey, you came from a culture that did not empower you to pursue education. Education may be intimidating because it was never spoken in your circle. Number two, if your family was unfortunately, let's say not as go-getting, well, let's connect you to people that are. And let's change, because you can change behavior. But the key thing is, as a society, if we're not that ready to do it, then we will continue having panels like this. We will continue having conversations like this, to where we get comfortable about talking about the issue instead of solving it. So again, let's go back to creating cultural stereotypes that empower proper fatherhood figures and proper mentorship figures. Because if all I've known is, let's say, partying with the wrong crowd or education was not introduced to me, I'm a product of my environment. So it's unfortunate. So the person sitting behind the cells with a DUI, if you're trying to tell them, well, you should have known better, I don't know what better is.
Right.
I don't. So we can stand on this side and say that, but then the other side is if they did know better, then now we have to become aggressive, both of us. It's 50-50 relationship. You as an older generation, we as a younger generation have to meet in the middle and be aggressive enough to solve this problem and create these spaces. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Did anyone else have to say something? Okay, real quick, and then we'll move to the next question. I think I saw a couple of hands.
Let me add on to that a little bit. First of all, we need to understand the perception of how this that's all about, first of all. We've come from a society that, as much as we don't want to agree to it, where we've come from, more especially, we are talking about the Kenyan youth, right? Or the Kenyan young men. That's why you may, at times, you don't even get to find them in the space where the young women are trying to be successful into it. There is, we've come from a society over a little bit at times that we need to agree to it, of lawlessness. Like, we don't take law seriously. And when you come to a very different environment where laws are very stringent and they're taken into serious considerations, they automatically affect you because you become vulnerable into the law because you're not able to follow what exactly is happening. But in those places at the same time, there is what you call backing off from your own culture. Again, that is another thing that has come to apply into this space. Whereby, you see, for instance, and maybe we don't even have to say this, it's going to spiral more and more and more. Because you see, for instance, this country, it's just by design, it's already protecting women and children in this society. They've already made that very clear. So in a very small sense, you can easily find yourself in a very bad space if you don't get things very seriously, because at the same time, there are people just make their own cultures in terms of like on how they want to relate in this country. And more especially the ladies, there are people who want to adapt systems that they were never used up with. And they try to emulate things that they are not used to. So the moment you just try to be in that space whereby you don't belong, exactly what's going to happen is a product of incarceration or DOI. I grew up in a space, I like to personalize things. I grew up in a space whereby I didn't see my parents drinking or doing or something like that, right? I left the country when I was very young. I wanted to go study outside the country. Do you get exposed to things? Yes, you get exposed to things. But the way you try to come out of it is another whole process. If your mindset is a little bit very weak into whatever that you're looking into it, you're going to lose that. But at the same time, we don't address the issues the way they come. What we do is just we throw the blames, and instead of finding resource centers where we can easily advise these people once they get in these spaces, and then advise them. So that plays a bigger role as well. So we have to look into that as well.
Can I interject?
Yes, yes.
It's internalization and externalization. Internalization is what you get from your parents. Externalization is what you get there when you are in the community. I know you're blaming the father figure in the society. What kind of that portion do you take as young tax boys? Get out there, and then they get spoiled, and then they blame the father figure in the society. Because it's another society when you're here, the fathers are working 16 hours, 17 hours to make sure they're paying the rent, they're bringing in food, and yet to say the father is not in the figure. In Kenya, I understand, but here it's quite opposite. So think about the externalization and internalization in psychological point of view, or...
Okay, I'm sorry, you want to go?
Being that I'm not a boy, but I do think that we're a little lost. And I'm going to say this by saying this. Growing up, when you did something wrong, our parents sometimes would tell us, "Nitakurudisha Kenya, nitakurudisha Kenya." Okay, who's going to raise me in Kenya? It wasn't even a threat anymore. I was like, I dare, right? I dare you to nirudisha, because we're so concerned about the outcome that we want to see. We put so much pressure. Oh, I want you come to here. I worked so hard. I brought you here. I want you to be a doctor and nothing else. You're not giving us the space to approach you as our parents and to sit down with you and to tell you, I am struggling here. At school, people are doing this, and I'm struggling here. Or you're not even giving us the opportunity to talk with you guys about it. If we do, you either tell us, pray harder, and it's good. Prayer is good. I like prayer. It's good. Or, nitakurudisha Kenya juu you're acting up. So who should we turn to? We want to talk to you guys. We want to hear from you. We want to learn from you. Sometimes I even know parents that force us or pressure us to be something that they're not. You're the examples that we look at. But kwa nyumba, you can't even get along with anybody as a dad. Ukiingia kwa nyumba, everybody runs away to the room. There is no relationship whatsoever. So in as much as we can shift and say that we're not learning or we are refusing to learn or whatever it is, there's a burden as the guardians that we were put for us to, emulate. There's a burden for you guys to bear. And it cannot always be threats. Please give us the space. Like she said, mental health is a real thing. It's not a fictitious thing in this country. There's depression. In fact, statistically, they're saying that high school kids in America now are bearing the same amount of depression as the people who lived in the Great Depression. Why? How is that? And who is there to advocate and to help? It would start with you guys. Before you even sent us to counsel us or you sent us to our grandmothers, it will have to start in the house.
This room is hot.
Yeah. This is what I was saying. We have to break this into pieces so that we don't, we just sort of exonerate exactly that what we are getting at, because it's different parts of a boy child getting into this situation. First of all, how did you get into this country, number one? I've had this conversation with some people before. I can ask this to Shiori, for instance. You know what money can do? Financial indiscipline, right? No disrespect. Some people came from the village straight to America straight. You didn't go through the city life. You missed all that. Nairobi only is a discipline by itself. If you came from Nyamira or somewhere in Muranga or whatever, I'm not mentioning you. I'm sorry, no disrespect to that. And then, you had a green card, right? All that you just landed yourself is just a green card. You just came up with a visa straight up into this country. You missed the whole lot. You started working immediately, started getting money, which can easily be translated in Kenyan money, millions. Your first job as an 18-year-old is you have $1 million in your pocket. First of all, you have lost yourself. You don't have financial discipline. You don't have any environment around you. You don't know anywhere. You've missed a lot of things altogether at once. I've seen this happen because I've been in a couple indeed, because I went to the country whereby the first that happened is you work, you're being paid in pounds. It's a lot of money. You don't even understand the money before. So what that money does to you, and that kind of exposure that you find yourself in the urban world, first of all, is too much torture that you've never seen if you came from the village, straight up, right? So there are a lot of aspects that we have to look into that are really need to be, like, people need to get some serious financial discipline, right, so that we don't lose the whole thing.
Yes, these conversations are so good, and we're going to have to do multiple webinars, but we'll keep answering the questions. I think
yes,
there
is one
questions.
comment here.
Yes.
And then there is another youth here.
Yes. And there was a question up here. There were 2 questions up here too.
Yeah, and then those 2, and then we can. So let me come over there a little quick. Yeah, I just want to be over here. I'm going to be quick. I'm so quick. So the dilemma with my experience, we come right here. We come to this country. We get so busy. We're chasing after money. Man, I wish I was not live. I could have opened up on some situation. So the dilemma is parents, fathers are gone. They're gone, and they're not helping their sons to be who they are. And I've noticed fathers lately, there's nothing wrong with being a truck driver. When you're a truck driver and you're gone for 3 weeks, 1 month, who's going to be taking care of your son? Your son is going to start smoking marijuana. Your son is going to get in trouble. And mama is there looking at the son. And the dad is gone. So this is what I've experienced. Dad, we're gone, and you're letting our sons down. We're not preparing our sons to get married to beautiful girls in this country, and our girls who are originally from Kenya. And lately what they're saying, when I ask them, who are you going to get married to? I'm not going to get married to a Kenyan man. So why? They're not disciplined. They're drinking. They're taking out marijuana. Is free, and it's chaos. So the bottom line, as I end, men in this country, originally from Kenya, we need to take a step back and slow it down. Money is nothing. As I conclude, my business, I was taking care of a millionaire down in my city. He had like 30 million in the bank, and his son was gone. He kept crying for me. Said, Tony, how can I help my son? But the son was not available, and he was willing. Guess what? He realized that when he was 90, when he was almost dying. He died 96. And because of him, thank God, I have 20 acres in Kenya, because I was able to listen to him. And when he died, the son got a little bit of the money, but the daughter, who is somewhere, got a huge check. Do you know why? Because the dad felt like the son is not listening. Do you think he's going to change? He's in his 50s and he's not married. Why? He's beaten up. Because the dad used to say, my son is beaten up. Our dads have let our sons down. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
there's a comment from a youth here. I don't want to lock out the youth, and then from there, there's one question there, and then we come to an end.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make a comment about this because it's affecting us. I am a single mother, and I'm raising a 17-year-old boy. And because the father is absent, all I'm doing right now as a mother, I have to step in as a father, and then I have to step in as a mother at the same time. So what I've realized with raising a boy or raising a son is empowerment. Instead of you cussing your children or calling your children things and complaining about children, what I've realized that works the best is empower your children. Call them names that are extra than what they are. Make them understand that they are kings
Make them understand that they are great. Make them understand that they are bigger than what you see them for right now. So you build that mentality in them, so when they go out there, even if they face any situation, they remember what mommy said. They remember what daddy said. So instead of us dwelling on looking at what children cannot do, let us dwell on looking at what they can do, and let us dwell on looking at them at a far level. Because at the end of the day, whatever you pronounce out of your mouth, the mouth pronounces either progress, or the mouth can pronounce either something bad. So the mouth is the source of everything, and God created the world with the mouth. So let us use our mouths the proper way. Let us stop cussing our children and calling them names. Let us turn that into, instead of you cussing your child, tell them, oh, you're so blessed, you're so mighty, but this is not how you do it. You do it that way. You use the curse word, change that into a praise, and they will really appreciate that in the near future. So let us praise our children.
Awesome. Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
I'll just reflect that comment is, you know, for the longest time I used to be like, Dad would need a doctor too much. My dad would call us Dr. David, Elizabeth, Priscilla. And after a while, I said, what if I don't want to be a doctor, right? But when I realized my journey and I'm now pursuing my doctorate, I'm able to sit in spaces like this, and it's because he spoke into me. As much as I didn't like it, you know, and saying, Dad, it's always books, 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 but books kept me out of jail. Books kept me out of drugs. Books kept me out of this and that. Yeah. And so I'm thankful for that environment. So parents, please empower your children, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a question there that reads, what have your parents done right, and how you have appreciated them, and how have you appreciated them? Because you are now successful.
Can you say one more time?
What have your parents done
right,
and how do you appreciate them? And how do you appreciate them?
No, just appreciate.
Just appreciate.
So
what have your parents done, and how do you appreciate them?
As we answer this question, I'm going to shout out to all the dads that came to this country and have worked really hard. It's commendable. It's commendable. And we're not saying that it's all your fault. It's not 100% your fault, right? We understand that. All we're saying is that even though you're not there, what parameters have you put around? Do you have mentors for your children? Where can they run to? The thing is, we're insisting so much about the ups and dad, and it's fine, but I was raised by a single mom, right? My sister and I were raised by a single mom. And her too had to work. And we had to be in places where we were just by ourselves, right? But the thing, coming into the questions, how can I appreciate? I just know that even though my mom wasn't 100% there all the time, there were perimeters that were put around, right? If I'm not busy with my school, which she said, the books are your boyfriend and the library is your date. Go. If that wasn't around, there were people that I would look up to, or people that she put in places that I could look up to, right? My personal story, I'll say this. Living in Machakos, Ndani, I had no idea how computers worked because I'd never even seen a computer. But in the 8th grade, I'm trying to graduate to go to high school. These, what are they called, missionaries come around, right? And I remember following around one of the little missionaries. I can't remember, I think she was a teenager at that point. And she was speaking big English. She was entering, was coming out. I didn't know what she was saying, but I just remember my mom asking me, follow her around for whatever reason. Maybe it was her wisdom, I don't know. But from that, we became pen pals. And then from that, it transcended even into me going into high school, which I'll digress on that for now. But I appreciate my parents, my mom really, for putting me in positions where I could learn from other people. She kept me busy enough. She would buy me books if I needed to. And even though there was an absence that was felt because she had to take care of the household, she made sure that there were perimeters that I could run to. I couldn't come back from school and just be idle at home because that's where all the problem would start, right? Yes. There was an auntie. There was go to your grandma's house. If she tells you to go fetch water, you better go, right? Like there were all these perimeters that she set around. In hindsight, now I see how that was so helpful because the biggest thing is that I gained wisdom. I hung out with a lot of older people while I was growing up to where
I could figure out, oh, I want to be like that, or I want to be like this person, right? So the biggest thing I'd appreciate my mother for right now is to just setting me up in those things, right? Training me up, because when I came to this country, there was nothing that was shocking to me. I mean, the culture is shocking, but I wasn't shocked by distractions, so to say.
Amazing. Caroline, did you want to contribute to that, or do you want us to take another question?
You want me to? Yeah. I wanted to respond to the gentleman in the blue. I didn't get his name, though. Tom. Yeah, exactly. You know, there are some career paths that we just pick up in this country when we come over here. They just affect your life from onset. As much as you try to come out of it, it becomes a problem for you. He mentioned something about trucking. Trucking is such a lucrative job in this country, trust me about it. But at the same time, you can take away your family so freaking fast without even realizing anything else. So but at the same time, we keep saying every time, like, we need, at the end of the day, the economy has to run regardless, right? So challenges are still there. But at the same time, you have to find a way to figure out your family regardless. So what comes first when you have a family? So at the same time, there are, as much as that we don't mention this, we said we are alive, but let me just poke a little bit from the backside. You know, our ladies, they're pretty much over here. We come from a country whereby we have norms and the way we grew up and the same setup. So when you come into this country, you immediately, the country defends you, the system defends you, everything defends you, comes to your defense, everything else. So, and then now you get yourself in this situation whereby you're protected, and that person who is, maybe you get yourself involved in a family, you start your own family, right? People make mistakes. People should have conversations. Right now, people are taking their marriages, their relationships on social media to go and discuss their issues there. And what happens out of that? Trust me, the following day you don't have a family because it will be gone. What happens if you have children? The court system, the lawyers are here. Where is Mr. Leban? Is here so quick and freaking and fast. Is going to take you to the divorce court. What's going to happen? That father, you're going to throw that person into child support. That person is automatically affected. The whole circle of where it comes from is affected all the way down. It perishes. What normally finds that person is what? Going to jail because he cannot afford to do anything else. The system and the cycle starts. If you have a son out of that relationship, he's going to go through the same cycle because it was already implemented into that. But what I will advocate is very simple. Let's try to have dialogue. Discuss. Bring these issues to the table. Have conversations. If you can't find a solution to that. You know, there's something that I've always said. I use this term all the time. You know, first of all, can you establish things that you can agree on first? Focus on them. And then whatever that you have differences on them, just find a way that you can still solve them. But first of all, involve the people, the peers, the people that you come from the same country, who understands the culture, who understands how you grew up or whatever, who could be easily be having the same issues. Because at the end of the day, you're going to go through the legal system. It's going to affect you. It's going to affect the same person. It's going to affect your child and the whole circle. You will never be here trying to be Dr. Washiuri, because what's going to happen is you're going to find yourself in a den drinking. Worse than someone who is drinking kumi kule Githurai, ama kumi kule wapi? Mariakani. Because utakuwa teja, itakuwa ni ukweli huo. It's going to affect us, and this killing is really taking our Kenyan and African community. Trust me, this is what it is. Because all the time that we see, social media has really drained people out of it. Even lawyers, everyone is in business. As I said, everybody is a silo. Everybody's trying to make business out of it. Trust me out of this. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do we still have time for the two questions?
No, already I answered his, I asked for on his behalf.
Okay.
And I'm going to give him a chance to say so.
Okay.
We can wrap up.
Okay, well, thank you all for engaging. We're going to keep having webinars of this conversation. No, you're fine.
It has to do with the career, right? I know there's a lot of changes going on as far as maybe technological changes, the laws, markets are, which is really affecting how we design our career, right, in the United States or elsewhere. So my question is there any conversation going on among young people, right, maybe younger than you, who are going to college, trying to move away from that complacency, right? Because that really minimizes the panics or confusion. So is there any conversation among the younger ones who are in college or are trying to achieve their career path, right? Just want to get maybe feedback from you guys. I know this is very important as far as advising or our younger ones who are actually trying to make it in the world. Yeah.
Can you just take like 30 seconds so that we can just lightning round for that, please, so that we can just be able to be on time with.
Okay, just to answer your question. So back at home in Kenya, where I was working, at WPP Scan Group, so we were really employing a lot of Gen Zs. And so one of the things we were facing as a company was, these guys are very intelligent, however, they're lazy. Yeah. And so what happened during COVID is we needed to upskill. You could not be a media planner. A media planner is somebody who sits down and does schedules for advertising on Excel. And you could not do that during COVID and get paid. So a lot of retrenchment went on. So you needed to upskill. So what this company did, it's a global company. We had a forum where they started integrating the Gen Zs, and even us as people who had been in that company for so many years, to give us opportunity to upskill. That's with different courses, and it was online. And so back at home, I know that is what is going on. So we're really encouraging the youth to upskill. Don't just focus on one career. Do 2-3 jobs to be able to expound your growth. So yeah.
I'll also say the culture we're living in is a little different, whether we like to admit it or not. In this culture, at least from my example, I find that there's a lot of, I want to be, what is it called, an influencer? Influencer has become like a huge thing. And this is where you have to remember your background and your roots. As a Kenyan, you're born and it's ingrained in you to be a hard worker, right? So we need to get to a point where instead of just, yes, there's a spirit of laziness that's going on, yeah? But how do we combat that without pushing them out, right? Because the issue here is that we're pushing them out, right? Even that generation is going to feel like it's out of space, right? So how do we look at them and say, the culture here in this country allows for a lot of flexibility. You're able to go to college for 4 years and call yourself undecided. I don't even know how that works, right? So how do we face that kind of thing and then say, I'm pushing you to be at your best potential, at your best capacity, while at the same time understanding that we're also dealing with a new culture or we're dealing with different personalities. I think this goes more towards you, right? Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on that and then somebody can answer for it.
Timekeeper there. So I teach graduate students, and they, no pressure, have to pass my class to graduate. It's an internship class. And a lot of the feedback that I get from the students is we are not prepared for the career field even when they're doing an internship. I'm like, what? So what I've done, at least for me, what I can do as an instructor is giving them assignments that allow them to take accountability. For example, there are assignments where I'm the one who's reaching out to their internship site. No, you're going to do it, because when you leave this site, you're going to have a supervisor evaluate you. So you take accountability. That's up to you to reach out to them. So what I'm doing as an instructor is giving them that career preparation still in the class. I may invite people out in the community to do webinars and tell them, okay, what do they look for in interviews? How do you prepare yourself professionally? How do you even follow up through an email? What does an email follow-up look like? Because you'd be surprised, I have students who email me as if they're texting, and no one has taught them email etiquette, right? And so I think for me, I'm using my platform to prepare them for the career field and say, number one, you cannot email your professor at 1 a.m. unless it's an emergency, and find a way to write that. So again, it's just training them for that professional etiquette.
I want to put mine in as an entrepreneur, and a challenge to all of you who are entrepreneurs. So one of the things that I am doing now is helping younger people. Like my niece who's 18 is in my mentorship right now. And somebody talked about how we were taught, you come here, you work in a restaurant, you know, McDonald's, make $8 an hour. And so she asked me when she was 16 and said, Auntie, what could I do different? And I said, when you get ready, we will talk about the things that you're interested in. So last year when she turned 17, and she had the option to go get a job, and she said, do you think I should get a job or should I start something? I said, what do you want? And she said, I wish I don't have to get a job right now so I can focus on school. And so now she has started a t-shirt company, graphic design company. And now we go through the discipline of what it takes to be successful. But remember, you cannot teach that if you're not. So I treat my business as if I'm an employee. I'm a 9-to-5 person, Monday through Friday. My phone goes off at 7, and she knows that. So you can't call me after 7. But I know to teach her that because that's what I'm doing. So my challenge is to all the people who are entrepreneurs, pick one person. She started when she was 16. I can't wait to see what she becomes when she graduates 22, 23. So pick that one child and teach them how to even become successful. And especially for the younger people, young women, I was told if I wanted to be present as a mom, I needed to figure out how to make money without clocking in. I was in my 20s. And that's how I made the decision not to go back. I'm not downing school. It's just a decision I made. I was like, okay, I want to have kids and I want to be present. So I got into mentorship and I was taught how to build a business so that I could be a present mom. So if entrepreneurs can pick up these younger kids, whether they're 10 years old or they're 15, just teach them something that you know. And together we can change this next generation.
Thank you all so much. Yes, thank you so much. So because of time, we're going to wrap up. But I want to thank the panelists so much for that engagement. Please clap for them. And I want to thank you all so much as well for engaging with us. But we want to thank our audience in the room and our audience online. Thank you for being a part of this. This is a continuous conversation. Let's amplify young voices. And thank you for giving us the platform. Thank you.
Did you turn? Yeah. So listen, before they finish, I would like to say, I think you have been addressing the wrong audience. If you really look here, but you have been addressing the right points. Why? Look at it, these are only the youth, and these are your parents. But good thing, I need 10 boys next year. 1, 2, 3, 4 times 10, I need like 30 girls. Where we can give you 2 hours, and the parents are going to sit aside, and we're going to listen to you addressing the girls. I don't know which state we are going to. You can network through you and form a group, and through our president, I want you to bring more boys next year. You don't have excuse now. Last year, you were alone, and you complained. You have given the stage. So this year, you have been given a stage of like 40 minutes. Next year, I'm advocating you get at least 1.5 hours. And you're not going to address, and to those who are listening, whether you're in KDF or whatever, please send your kids next year. You have listened to the nice panel here, and you're watching, bring your kids next year. This is their future husbands are here. This is where their future wives are here. Where do you think they're going to get their wives? And where do you think they're going to get their husbands? There are good, beautiful looking girls here like the lawyer. She's looking for a man. Where do you think it's going to get the man? It's going to get from the Kenyans. And you Kenyans are hiding in the kitchen. You are smoking there. Please bring. She's looking. You think she's going to tell you she's looking for a man? I know she's looking for a man somewhere. So you come. Amen. Senor. So, and you, thank you so much. You've done a good job here. You have moderated very well. These big, fat ideas, these are where we are looking, and this is where our future is. We are complaining about DUI. For those who are having DUIs, so those who are going lawyers, and though from Boston I'm going to bring 2, 3, even I'm going to bring my kids. I came, but I forgot I left my kids. And I want you to educate. I don't know if you have a wife, but you're looking for a wife. So when you get that, where do you get a, you say that you have a daughter who is going to college. There are men here looking around and doing what, isn't it? So we bring them next year and we are going to baptize them. So having said, no, we are ending, we are ending, yes.
In the house we have a pilot too. Nancy, I just wanted to appreciate.
Yes, thank you. Where's the president? Where's the president? And before we go, because, you know, I'm looking here, I want the president to address you. And my advice to you, I'm usually strict. Yes, I want you. I said I need 10, but I'm wrong. I need 20. These young men who are looking for women or wherever, who are from 18 to 30 there. And I need women who are from 18 and they're in colleges, they're smart. Where they're going to education to get studies, isn't it? And we're going to waste that and give them to our American young men here. We have men also who are suffering. Be careful. President, address your youth and take a part.
Thank you. Thank you, our MC, Alex Nyangwa. Very, very grateful panel here. And very glad to see what we started off with Wycliffe Mobeck here. Huh? Last year in our OVC Expo in DC, you are our future. And that future we can see in you. You can be able to take this OVC to the next level. To the next level. Just like somebody invented something and now we have even something better, you can be able to do that. So this platform is for you to move it to the future. We have recently had a new member of OVC called Kenya USA IT people. Right now, they have 1,500 young people, in IT, led by Dr. Marco Uma and others, Johnson Koskei and others. So we want all that group to be part of you and what you're doing. We have a lot of young people that are interested. In fact, this session that we are doing is being caught online. We are getting comments right now of young people who are very much fired up with what you're saying. This, you may be seeing 40 or 50 people here, but there are thousands out there listening to what you have been saying. And that recording is going to go around the world. So we've started a movement. So you are the movement leaders. You are going to transition us to the next level. I just wanted to make sure that, Dr. Achuri here being a mentor, he's going to continue mentoring our OVC young people. And that's why he has that school of mentorship and will continue to partner with us. And all the other OVC affiliates that are here, they're big organizations like Grand Circle. Whatever opportunities that are in organizations that are OVC, we are going to give our youth internships in those organizations so that they can be able to learn and be able to come up. And more importantly, transferring what is here back to our youth in Kenya, because we also want them to come up, you know? So let us continue doing that. And also let us join not just the youth. You called us the old people, huh? Even for you, we need to integrate with them so that we can all work together. This is a society that has a lot of challenges. Kamnao talked about, challenging fatherhood in this country. So we need to bring even our seniors to understand what is happening. So thank you, our youth, for what you have started off. We'll continue supporting you in that. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. As we were coming closer and winding up, please, thank you. Tomorrow, we are beginning around there, 8:30. And on our behalf of an entire team that have traveled differently and have come here and have organized on our behalf of our organizers. Your tireless job, your tireless work is not going in vain. And you can see we have here now lawyers, we have here engineers, we have here professors, we have here doctors, we have here business people, and we have entrepreneurs. May God bless them, isn't it? If you do like that, and to those who are watching, please, I want next year you can send in your young ones. If you have a child who is just staying in the kitchen, behave very well, this is where they behave very well. If you have a boy who is saying, wewe ni mjinga, this is where they become clever. If you have a girl who is randa-randing kule inje, this is where they behave well. We see how smartly they are dressed. We have doctors here, we have engineers here who know each and everything. If you are watching me, we have here George, who has come all the way from Kenya. We have here Viva, who has come all the way from Boston. We have here doctors who are professors who are there to mentor your kids. Don't complain, oh, my child is in depression. Don't complain, your child is suffering back there in the house. Don't lock your child to the video. Don't lock your child only watching TV. Please, can you send your child next year when they prophesy and say where we are going? Please, I need all the kids so that we can give them 2 hours. And I'm not talking to the people here, I'm talking to you who are out there watching. Send your comments and we want to watch you. This is the office that I want to introduce. If you are the office of the OVC, please come here so that the people can see you. But before that, the office of the OVC, come here. But before that, take the picture with the young task, and then I give to my Dr. Ongagi.
Don't leave yet because we want to take a picture. Everybody, actually, let everybody come here so we can take a picture. Join us. Let's support the young guys here. So let's take a quick picture. Come on, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture, please.
How do celebrities like Justin
Support
Bieber
the young
and The
ones,
Rock
yeah, so that
generate
they can
hundreds
be
of
able to
millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of
DJ 38K, the real definition of a DJ.
Alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Yesu alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kuchosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kuchosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Lakini kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Bwana kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, neno lako nashusha nyavu. Yesu kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Neno lako Bwana kwa neno lako Yesu tuma neno. Najua nikiwa nawe Bwana nitasimama tena, hata nikilemewa wewe utanishika tena, hata vita inijie Bwana utanipigania. Watesi wajipange, Bwana utapigana nao. Nimetoa mwenzenu, nimetoa na mafuta nikapewa, nikapanda na mbegu nikapanda ila mvua ikunyesha.
If you're watching, this is the OVC members. These are the OVC officials. and we have young-looking ladies and gentlemen who are here, and you are in your mother's kitchen, you are in your father's house, sitting there, and beautiful. You see, we have here somebody is flying an aeroplane, and we have a lawyer here. You can see that. You see, we want you next year. And if you're looking something, call us. Our number is here, all the way from Minnesota. Hey, dance kidogo. And you see that? Hey. Hey, thank you. All the way from Atlanta, David. And all the way from Minnesota. Hey, all the way from Missouri. You see, don't hide. If you hide, it's not good. I want you there. Thank you. And I want people watching to see. Thank you so much. The lawyer is here. If you are in trouble, we have lawyers here. You announce where we are going to go next year. Oh, the youth want to take the picture on their own so that they can advertise themselves. So we need, yeah. When once you are done, I want the youth to remain behind. Watoto hawabaki hapa.
So we see you guys tomorrow.
Vijana bakini hapa. Panda huko.
Who's gonna play for us? Huh?
Ngoja tu. Vijana bakini hapa. Wewe baki hapa. Leta vijana wengine. Wewe acha kuacha vijana huko vizuri. I need the girls to remain. Yes, I want the youth only.
We gotta work tomorrow. Okay, let me have your attention, please. Before you have started the shuttle.
Hey, can we listen?
All right.
Excuse me, listen.
Attention, please. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let us. Can we just have order? MCA, can I have order, please?
Yes. Hey, youth. Excuse me. Order. Thank you. Order. Yeah. I need only. Excuse me. Order. Thank you. I take over.
Okay. One more. Let's give them everybody. Let's give them applause for a good job these panelists that have done here. So we have actually learned. I have kids, and I have learned more about
DJ.
What is looking. So if we can stop that music for a second.
Order. Yes. Order.
This is looking like it's the finale, but we have a full day tomorrow. It looks like it's the finale. I think the MCA was great. Just give him applause, please. The MCA. Very good. He did a very good job. Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies, hold on, guys. Steve, let me have your attention for just 2 seconds. So tomorrow we have a full day. Tomorrow we may have a lot of audience, and at the same time tomorrow we have the gala.
Hey, excuse me.
Jeremiah.
Excuse me.
I know excitement can get people into.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I was just saying, thank you for the presenters today. Thank you for the audience. Thanks for those people who have been watching us on on TV, live, Roku channel. We really thank you for the first day. It looks like like it was the final day. So we still have tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting and even better than today. So tomorrow we have some panelists, education. We have the community affairs tomorrow and wellness. And then I think we have women empowerment. So make sure you come to support. And we may have some of these people rotate tomorrow. Don't forget the gala and the guest speaker later at night. So we want you to be here. We want to have this conversation. We have plenty planned for you. And I think we want to have your contribution more from those people who attend this time. So I want to thank all of you. But most important, just don't forget that we have a gala night tomorrow night from 6 to 11. And then, of course, full day during the day. MCA?
This marks the end of today. You can go relax in your room. You can go home and have dinner. And for those who are staying here, relax. And